Honourable members, at the suspension, we were debating the resolution for LNG production. I presume we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank Almighty God for this opportunity to once again represent in this House the people of Marco City and the wider Bahamian community. I wish to say to the members of the Marco City family how much I appreciate you, how much I have enjoyed providing representation to you over these last 2 terms, and I thank God for the renewed relationship we are forming for yet another term. I once again, Madam Speaker, wish to extend condolences to a number of families who have lost loved ones. A number of them, Madam Speaker, we have attended funerals or memorials for their loved ones in recent days. And once again, I'd like to call the names of these persons who have passed and who have made an invaluable contribution to our community. The family of Derek Kelly and Annette Ferguson, Joseph Hines Archer, Erin Bristol, we want you to know how much we love you and appreciate you, and how much we join you in grieving for the loss of your loved one. I along with the member for East Grand Bahama, attended the funeral for Ann Carey. What an amazing homegoing service, and what a word that was brought by Brother Lang. And so once again, we pray for the Lang family, the East End family. And we pray for the family of Sylvia Heel and Edbert Roll and Alexander Hepburn and Andy Forbes Roll and Rain Bristol. Madam Speaker, we prayed for a number of residents, Madam Speaker, and they don't always make it when the community gets together and pray for them, but God's timing is not ours to question. And so we thank God for their contribution and their life, and we pray that they would rest in peace and rise in glory. Madam Speaker, I know I have a relatively short time, and with your grace, if I go over a little, I pray that I would be extended that 14-minute courtesy given to the member for Elizabeth.
Honourable member, now remember now, that is the substantive minister.
Yes.
And I allowed her that.
Yeah, and this is the substantive leader of the opposition as well,
and you
Madam Speaker. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But I'm going to move.
You are the leader, but you're not in charge of
I can move shortly, Madam Speaker, shortly. Madam Speaker, let me once again put on the public record, and I'll be very quick with this because I want to focus in a way that the government refused to focus on the resolution. We listened intently to 2 presentations by the member for Cat Island, Rum Kings and Salvador, and the member for Elizabeth, the substantive Minister for Energy and the Prime Minister, and they did not address, Madam Speaker, the content of the resolution. They talked broadly about the energy sector and whatever reforms that they are seeking to put in place, but the nature of the resolution, there's a simple principle, Madam Speaker. If you and I go to the bank with a view of borrowing money to build a home or to start a business, you have to put forth the business case on why you are seeking this money, and basically where are you getting the funds from to service the loan, Madam Speaker, and how, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the funds are going to be deployed consistent with the project that you're doing. This government refused to come here and lay out the business case as to why they should, again, be co-signing on $100 million, on 30 million. Did not deal with it. Did not deal with it in the nature of their discussion. And that is what they do consistently. We said the same thing when they brought resolutions concerning water and sewage to borrow money. What is the itemized billing? What is it that you're borrowing this money for specifically? Not the broad titles for pipes, for extending lines, for trenching. What specifically, in which location, what is the allocation? So, Madam Speaker, I'll get to the presentation. We want to discuss the resolution. So let me say, Madam Speaker, first of all, when the PLP came to office, and this is to directly refute what was said by the minister, which was a falsehood, and we believe they knew it to be a falsehood when they said it, Madam Speaker, and I challenge them to lay the financials on this. First of all, when the PLP came to office in September of 2021, BPL did not, contrary to what was said, on their feet, did not owe $100 million. Did not. I challenge the minister, I challenge the prime minister to get the documentation and lay it here. They will not, I doubt they will produce those documents, Madam Speaker. So BPL did not owe $100 million in fuel charges. BPL was current with its fuel bill. The minister should put on the table proof that BPL had a $100 million fuel bill in September of 2021. We'd like to see the bill. We do know that they had to lend BPL 110, so that tells you something, but that's after they came to government. So I believe it's the minister and her colleagues who ran up a $110 million fuel bill, Madam Speaker. Produce a document. Don't sing it like we say in Jonkaloo, bring it. And so again, we reiterate again, Madam Speaker, the total megawatts that was under rental agreement under the F&M was 56 megawatts, 56. Under the PLP, I only go into the bottom line figure, was 192 megawatts. So for all their talk about power purchase agreement, let them explain that to the public. What we know, 192 megawatts is what it ballooned to, Madam Speaker, under 56 megawatt. The third thing, that's probably somebody who got a post office contract or one of them major contracts that sends you a message. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the minister another question. Why did the government enter into a long-term power purchase agreement for 150 megawatts and leave behind the BPL generation assets which had a remaining useful life? Those are assets owned by the Bahamian people. So you had the ability to generate much of what you were seeking to get through your power purchase agreement. Why did you not use the assets the Bahamian people already own and was still useful? We don't believe you, that's all. We can listen, but we don't believe you. Like some of your colleagues, we don't believe you. And so, Madam Speaker, those are three things I wanted to put on the record. Madam Speaker, the final thing I would say, and then move to the resolution, Madam Speaker. The minister had this long, elaborate story, Madam Speaker, making the point that we repressed prices. We didn't pass on the true price. Yes. Madam Speaker, you know who was actually guilty of that? You. This administration, the Davis-Cooper administration, Madam Speaker. Yes. They were guilty of this, Madam Speaker. Yes. So again, here it is. The hedge program did in fact work. Yes. Madam Speaker. Yes. We did in fact earn, and I have the document and we'll lay it. I want her to lay her document. We were able to save in costs, Madam Speaker. We were able to save $30 million for the Bahamian people and the government. So, Madam Speaker, no, we didn't do what the minister was saying, Madam Speaker. In fact, we did the opposite, Madam Speaker. We did the opposite. As we set the price at 10.5 cents for the fuel charge, that predictable price, Madam Speaker, allowed the government to earn a substantial amount of money through the hedge. What the minister did was try to confuse two types of hedges. Try to confuse the public, either her not knowing or intentionally misleading the public. You can have a financial hedge, or you can have a volumeric hedge, which means you buy the fuel in advance, you store it somewhere, and you buy it at a certain price, you store it somewhere, and you use that fuel. Or you can have a financial hedge. And a financial hedge is that you agree upon a price. In this case, we knew we could set the price at 10.5 cents based on what we agreed upon as the price for the fuel. And as long, Madam Speaker, as we stay within the range of that particular price, we then earn a benefit if the price on the world market, Madam Speaker, is at a price that helps us to earn money. That's what we did. That's what we did. So, Madam Speaker, so committed was the government to this, the F&M government, led then by Dr. Minnis, is that we went to Parliament, Madam Speaker. We went to Parliament, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this is what we did. This is what we did. We introduced, Madam Speaker, protect me from the crowing, please, Madam Speaker. Okay? So the Bahamas Electricity Corporation Amendment was introduced by our administration. And what we did is we set up an over-under account, Madam Speaker. The over-under account, let me just to make it simple, it's like depositing money into an account. So just in case the price on the global market worked against our hedge, we would have used some of that money to cover the fluctuation in that price, but we would have still been able to maintain for the public 10.5 cents, an over-under account, Madam Speaker. That's what we did. And you know what happened, Madam Speaker? We told this administration was advised by its own board that, listen, if you don't execute the hedge, the trade, that is, if you don't execute the trade that we have put in place, the hedge program, what will happen eventually is you may run out of the money put in the over-under account. And they said you had to execute a trade by June of 2022. And Madam Speaker, this administration, Mr. Sayers and the Prime Minister refused to exercise the trade. They did not follow the advice. So again, they were told, if you do not follow the advice, what will happen is you would have to raise the rate in order to make up for the fact that you no longer have fuel at the first agreed upon price. And that's what happened. They did not execute the trade. In other words, they canceled the trade. And prices began to go up, Madam Speaker. And when the prices went up, the minister, when you remember when the minister announced that we were going to have an increase, he did so because he got good advice. The Prime Minister was doing what he does often. He was traveling. So he then reached out to the minister and said, no, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And so, Madam Speaker, what ended up happening is the $110 million are arrears that they accumulated because they could not pay the fuel price. They could not cover the cost that they were responsible for, Madam Speaker. And what did they do afterwards? That's when they started hiding the fact that they had made available a loan of $110 million. And I'm prepared, Madam Speaker, to lay the article, Madam Speaker, with respect to this ordeal. And so again, Madam Speaker, government stepped in to block BPL rate rise. Planned increase shelved after cabinet rule, rise needed minister's approval. March 2nd, 2022. So just to make it real simple, Madam Speaker, what the minister said was a complete falsehood. 100 million she did not meet. Her predecessor did not meet in place arrears by the Free National Movement. The arrears that accumulated on the fuel was accumulated under the Progressive Liberal Party because they canceled the hedge. That's what they did, Madam Speaker. That's what they did. So the only people, Madam Speaker, the only people who repressed prices is this administration. They repressed the prices. But come here and tell the Bahamian people an untruth. An untruth. They're in charge now, so they could go to the file. They could call their accountants. They could text them right now and say, no, send me the document to refute it. But they told the untruths. So, Madam Speaker, so let me now, Madam Speaker, turn my attention. Let me turn my attention to the debate on energy resolutions and government guarantees for 2026. Madam Speaker, it's hard to hear myself because the minister who refused to get on her feet and deny that she told a falsehood is making so much noise. I would never mislead my colleagues just to get them to bomb on the desk. I would never mislead my colleagues. Never. And more importantly, I wouldn't mislead the Bahamian people. They are the ones who repress prices. They repress prices. Madam Speaker, again, the minister who's talking again, this is a $20 million minister, Madam Speaker, who borrowed illegally $20 million for housing, and today we cannot determine where the $20 million where the homes are, Madam Speaker. And wouldn't it small? The energy policy, Madam Speaker, energy policy and its implementation, Madam Speaker, is not abstract. It shows up on every Bahamian's electricity bill, Madam Speaker. It affects the cost of living, the survival of small businesses, and the competitiveness of our economy, Madam Speaker. So when we debate energy, we are debating the daily realities that the Bahamian people face, Madam Speaker. And we continue to ask simple questions of this government to explain what exactly they're doing. But, Madam Speaker, we continue to hear from them that it's complex. It's a complex sector to unravel. We are working on multiple parts of the energy sector, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, today, we wish to be clear. We believe that if you bring any proposition here, any resolution to borrow money, you should make the business case on why you are borrowing the money. They have not done that today, Madam Speaker. That's why we can't support these resolutions, Madam Speaker. We support energy reform, however, Madam Speaker. We support diversification. We recognize and support the use and incorporation of LNG as a part of our mix, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, as we support transformation of the energy sector, we don't do so in silence. We do so by raising questions, Madam Speaker, to improve good governance that manages this sector. In other words, support does not mean rubber stamping what they present. And what they present is often incomplete, Madam Speaker. Our duty in this House is oversight, not to provide applause and beat desks that need to be changed, Madam Speaker. And so the question is, Madam Speaker, did this government follow the government guarantee policy framework? Did they follow it? We know they don't follow, Madam Speaker, the procurement law, but did they follow the government guarantee policy framework? Madam Speaker, let's look for a moment, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Speaker, I don't wish to disturb Marco City too often, but the point of order is he asserts factually a breach of the law, which I assert is inaccurate and misleading. If he says, in his view, I would have no problems.
I think, was it JC who says he have 99 problems, but following the procurement, for him, that's not one of them. He don't follow that. Madam Speaker, they do not follow the procurement law. Today, you could not tell any of us what the interest rate is on the various PPPs that they've signed. None of us know. No one in this House can actually. So they have not followed the procurement law, Madam Speaker, and we do not believe they have followed. We do not believe that they have followed the government guarantee policy framework either.
Madam Speaker, I would have no difficulty with the second part of what he says when he says we don't believe that they did. Mm-hmm. But if he asserts that we have not followed the law, I would ask for that to be struck, because as a leading lawyer in this country, he is just basically wrong. And I could say that that is my view, to be put in that fashion. But as I say, he can assert that in their view, they have advice, that, all of that, but to assert a breach of the law without being able to take us through it and call up the Act, because a lot of these procurements aren't even subject to the Procurement Act, even the one they passed. And so that's the only point I take, Madam Speaker. I have no difficulty with their view that we don't follow the law, if that's their view.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the government has signed multiple public-private partnerships that they are required by law, Madam Speaker, to put out to competitive bidding, and also, Madam Speaker, to indicate what the terms of those agreements are, inclusive of interest rates, and they have refused to do so. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, they do not. And that is the law, Madam Speaker.
The member has asked if you are willing to.
He said to take us through it. I just gave a concrete example. Let him refute that. Let him refute that.
The honourable member for Freetown.
They have not referred, he has not referred in any instance to any actual procurement that isn't excluded by, I think it's Section 3 of the Act, which is exactly the same as the Section 3 that was in their Act. There are many procurements that are not subject to the Procurement Act. The Procurement Act itself permits for sole sourcing. And as I say, we don't want to have a legal debate because he's not a lawyer. And so to shortcut it, Madam Speaker, he can simply say, in their view, on their advice, however it is.
Yes.
But to speak absolutely and be so terribly wrong on the law, I would not, Madam Speaker, say that that should remain on the record. He is just wrong. He's never troubled the court to get a legal ruling on anything.
Thank you.
In my view, like the view of thousands of Bahamians, they do not follow the competitive bidding law, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, we wonder if the government has followed the government guarantee policy framework that allows them to do what they're doing here today, Madam Speaker. There's one question, Madam Speaker, that will not go away, no matter how many times he rises on a point of order. If Bahamians pay a fuel surcharge every month that is supposed to be to fully cover the bill, the fuel bill, why does the government now need to come to the Parliament to borrow $130 million in credit to pay fuel? If the public is paying, Madam Speaker, fully to cover the fuel bill, why does the government need to come to Parliament to borrow $130 million? It's a cost that's passed through, Madam Speaker. By law, BPL is required to recover the cost of fuel to fuel surcharge to its customer, to put the surcharge to its customers. So the fact is that Bahamian consumers are already covering all costs related to fuel. So why would a substantial line of credit be needed by the government for something that Bahamians are already covering every month in their electricity bill? All you have to do is look in your electricity bill, Madam Speaker. You're paying it. What are they doing? What are they doing with the money, Madam Speaker? Where is the surcharge money going, Madam Speaker? That's not politics, Madam Speaker. That's pure math. What are they doing with this money that we are paying? The fact that they have to now come and borrow it once again. Madam Speaker, and until they give us a straight answer, we're going to continue to raise the question. What are you doing with the surcharge money if you must now come here to borrow it? Madam Speaker, in these debates, we often use a bunch of technical terms. That's why I was happy when the minister was talking about the various fuel types that we were using. Despite all of the different fuel types that she mentioned that was being used when we were in government, that did not affect in any appreciable way the benefits of the hedge that we had in place. We earned $30 million in spite of all she was talking about, us using the more expensive fuel, Madam Speaker. That's the point. That's the point that we're making. So she could conflate the issue of the different types of fuel, and she could conflate that again, Madam Speaker, with the over-under count. But I don't think people are going to buy it. The documents she has access to, she refused to accept. We earned $30 million. We were projected to earn $55 million at the end of the hedge program, but they canceled it and caused the electricity, Madam Speaker, to go up once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whenever you talk about a line of credit, the way that this government is talking about a line of credit, Madam Speaker, you will again obligate the Bahamians to what is called as contingent debts, Madam Speaker. In other words, we are talking about an unusual kind of debt that is dependent on some uncertain developments. This government, Madam Speaker, this government, Madam Speaker, in our view, in my view, the way in which they are operating today, Madam Speaker, they are heaping upon the Bahamian people a whole lot of debts. One example we've already talked about. $110 million in fuel arrears, was one example of an experiment they were doing to repress prices, contrary to what the member for Elizabeth said. And when it came home to roost, when the company was no longer prepared to supply them with again, fuel unless they paid their bill, the government had to proceed and lend the $110 million to BPL in order to take care of the arrears. The arrears was accumulated under Minister Sayers, Prime Minister Davis, and while the Minister for Elizabeth was in the cabinet. That's, again, Madam Speaker, one of the side effects of poor governance of this sector, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people need and deserve to know that in this financing of future fuel, what they are doing, Madam Speaker, we believe that what they are doing is borrowing money, Madam Speaker, to cover arrears. That's what we believe this is about. We don't believe, Madam Speaker, that this is about financing a future fuel. It may be, Madam Speaker, to finance future fuel, but it could very well be to take care of accumulated debts, Madam Speaker. And so the question is, why is the government doing it? Are we not earning sufficient at the moment? Are we not earning sufficient at the moment from BPL to cover these costs, Madam Speaker? And so, Madam Speaker, the second concern we have is transparency, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the sale and purchase agreements that this government enter into. We have a very serious concern about transparency. Madam Speaker, we are being asked in these resolutions to guarantee tens of millions, yet key commercial details are not before the House. They do not believe they need to provide key details to the House in advance of them asking the Bahamian people to guarantee or to borrow tens of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. They expect to simply come here and we all quietly sit and then go away. We're saying, Madam Speaker, that they ought to present, which neither the Prime Minister or the member for Elizabeth has presented, the details specifically on why this is necessary, Madam Speaker. The LNG sale and purchase agreement, Madam Speaker, we'd like to see it. We'd love for that document to be laid here so the public can judge. They can determine if what I'm saying is wrong or what the government is saying is wrong, but they should come and lay the document. Let us see the details of these agreements. That is, Madam Speaker, a legally binding document. It is a contract between the buyer and the seller with details, terms, conditions, and specific details of a transaction. We have not seen it. The public have not seen it, but they're asking the public to buy that you can trust us, that what we are doing is a part of the energy reform in the country. We are undergirding, protecting, giving, in a sense, a letter of comfort to BPL. But, Madam Speaker, the trust factor is low with this administration because they have not honored their word in so many different areas, Madam Speaker, and we don't buy what they're trying to sell, Madam Speaker. We want to see, Madam Speaker, the pricing formula, including the Henry Hub plus adders, the system that they use to calculate, Madam Speaker, what is appropriate. We want to see the details. Just lay it in, no big deal. Bring the document that you were over while you were trying to make these decisions, and come, let's lay it in the House. Madam Speaker, we want to see any price reopener clauses. Lay the documents. Madam Speaker, we want to see the volumes, commitment, and the long-term exposure for the Bahamian people. Come and lay the documents. Madam Speaker, you cannot ask the Bahamian people to continue to accept these governments guaranteed, and we are not allowed to examine the documents that undergird them. We are being asked to sign the guarantee first and read the contract later, Madam Speaker. That doesn't work with the Davis-Cooper administration. Madam Speaker, that's not transparency. That's not good governance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every single day this administration demonstrates that the people's business is none of the people's business. Anytime you raise it, you hear the crowing going on, Madam Speaker, by those who do not wish to be held to account. Madam Speaker, there can never be an acceptable reason for hiding the details of an already agreed contract where the people are now obligated to pay, and we don't know for how long and how much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam, well, you squealing, that's your characteristic. Madam Speaker, this government has set up a special purpose vehicle. In other words, they have put middlemen now in the equation. That's the business they're in. They don't work for the many. They work for the few, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we talk about special purpose vehicle,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member well knows the special purpose vehicle is recited to be owned by the Bahamas government. So there's no other person. And it's an ordinary thing, and generally, public servants are the officers, shareholders, and directors on behalf of the people, usually the treasurer. And so that is misleading. They're going back to their teeth the VAT money. And that's just disgraceful.
Yes. I will have that expunged from the record, honourable member.
Madam Speaker. Disgraceful. Madam Speaker, protect me from these folks, Madam Speaker. Protect me, Madam Speaker. This is not a government, Madam Speaker, that is committed to competitive bidding, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the major national energy projects in this country, all of them, Madam Speaker, ought to go through competitive bidding. But this administration has demonstrated over and over and over again they are not prepared to allow as many persons as possible to participate in competitive bidding in the energy sector, as they have done with the moorings in Exuma, as they have done, Madam Speaker, for contracts, for example, in the Ministry of Transport under the member for Elizabeth. They, again, Madam Speaker, they are not committed to competitive bidding, Madam Speaker. We believe, Madam Speaker, that it is important to allow competitive bidding in the energy space if we are to determine if we're getting the best price and the best service provider, Madam Speaker. This government, unfortunately, is not committed to it. Madam Speaker, I want to just read a document, the heading of a document for you. Bahamas Power and Light Company Limited, strategic update presented to the Cabinet of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, the 20th of October, 2020. And then it was, Madam Speaker, later rolled out in a number, Madam Speaker, of speeches here in Parliament, etc. Madam Speaker, I listened to the Prime Minister and the member for Elizabeth try to give the impression that they are breaking absolute new ground. Madam Speaker, the host of things that she rolled out, Madam Speaker, in the document, Madam Speaker, from the 20th of October, 2020. 2020, Madam Speaker. 2020, Madam Speaker. We put in place a hedge that you cancel. That's one of the things that we did with it, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to say this. I want to close by sharing what is the difference between the Free National Movement and them. What we would have done differently, what we will do differently under my leadership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the first thing, Madam Speaker, is we believe every serious energy reform or proposal is designed to provide cleaner fuel, affordable electricity, cleaner sources of electricity, and then, of course, Madam Speaker, to be consistent, that you can predict that your power could be on, again, most of the year. This government has failed, Madam Speaker. The jury is still out on whether or not they will be successful in executing cleaner fuel. Even the targets that was mentioned by the minister, 30%, Madam Speaker, by 2030, same predictions we had, Madam Speaker. So all of us have this similar target. But the truth is, they have not been able to fully execute, Madam Speaker. The various companies that have signed up for solarization, Family Island and the New Providence, Madam Speaker, they're still waiting to fire on all cylinders, Madam Speaker. So we're not there yet with cleaner energy supply. But we know for sure we are not there with consistent energy supply. Ask the people of Eleuthera, the people of Michael, in Andros. Ask the people out west, central, New Providence, or east. Ask the folks just a couple of days ago. We do not have consistent supply. Even the storytelling, the untrue story about last year we didn't have all these problems. No, Madam Speaker, we did last year during the summer have outages, Madam Speaker. The third part is more affordable energy. We don't have more affordable energy. If you're home right now and you take out your bill and you look at the cost of the fuel, you will see that there is a difference, an increase in that figure over the same bill back, Madam Speaker, in 2021, Madam Speaker, before the election. We locked it in at 10.5. This government, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, because of the decisions that they have made, it is not of 10.5, Madam Speaker. And the truth is, they have put in place, Madam Speaker, an illegal glide path strategy. There's, Madam Speaker, look at the law, the electricity, look at the electricity act, Madam Speaker. There's no provision made for the government to put in place different rates for different classifications of behemoths. No, I'm saying, Madam Speaker, I said what I said. So, Madam Speaker, I leave you with this list, Madam Speaker. Under an F&M government led by me, Madam Speaker, one, Madam Speaker, our energy reform will ensure that the sovereign entity, that is the government, must have interest, Madam Speaker, in key infrastructure that we own in the country, Madam Speaker. And we prefer, since oftentimes politicians have a way of taking those funds and putting it in other sectors, we want those funds to be ring-fenced to address the energy sector. The second thing, Madam Speaker, there should be broad-based ownership by Bahamians. Everyone should be able to buy shares, whether it's for $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. But the buy-in should not prevent persons through Step Street, Fox Hill, or Key West Street, or 7th Street, or Mount Pleasant from being able to buy shares. This government policy, Madam Speaker, rules out those persons. If you can't find 20, 30, 40, 50,000, you have a problem buying shares, Madam Speaker. The third of 5 recommendations, Madam Speaker, is there should be competitive and transparent bidding on large-scale and not so large projects in the energy sector. This government has proven that they are prepared. They are prepared to work for the few and not for the many, Madam Speaker. And then the fourth, Madam Speaker, is that the infrastructure, Madam Speaker, the pipelines, Madam Speaker, between Clifton and Blue Hills, those pipelines should be owned by Bahamians. They should not be put in private hands where we have to pay a tax for eternity on them. And whatever we build on Arwaki, the pipeline from Arwaki, Madam Speaker, to, again, Blue Hills, that if such a pipeline is constructed, again, the Bahamians should own it. And another company can be contracted, Madam Speaker, to build it, but they will build, own, operate, but must transfer back to the sovereign, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the final point I would make, Madam Speaker, the final point I would make is the Prime Minister recently came to Grand Bahama and once again told a tall tale, an untruth, Madam Speaker, that essentially he and his administration was pretty much, they had a deal in place to acquire the Grand Bahama Power Company. Now, Madam Speaker, we are not pleased with the Grand Bahama Power Company. We believe that what they are presently doing to Grand Bahamians, it's unfair, and that's why on multiple occasions we've demonstrated on that company, we've demonstrated against the Grand Bahama Port Authority. But, Madam Speaker, one thing we know for sure, Madam Speaker, that this administration, given all the problems, Madam Speaker, that they have in the rest of the country, that we do not trust this administration to be in charge of electricity in Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker. So the Prime Minister told a tall tale, Madam Speaker, that he told a tall tale and did not expect the company to push back against him, Madam Speaker. We want Prime Ministers, Madam Speaker, and ministers who will be truthful, Madam Speaker, about what negotiations they are in on behalf of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. They were not truthful. They were not truthful.
The chair
They were not
recognizes the
truthful.
honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, you know, I will forgive Marco City naivety and not understanding what a line of credit is. But he must understand what a memorandum of understanding is. And he must understand what a memorandum of understanding to conclude an agreement is. And so, Madam Speaker, at the moment, I intend to tell the public in my contribution what a line of credit is and all of the rest of it, but I stand on a point of order to say that this House, you, Madam Speaker, should strike from the record those assertions. The Prime Minister himself has explained it, and if you look at what the company says, it's exactly the same. And you know, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we keep hearing what Marco City believes. Marco City believed he would have won West Grand Bahama and Bimini, and he was wrong. He believed he would win Golden Isles, and he was wrong. I could be as successful as him, Madam Speaker, because I believe I'm pretty. That is about as true as what he believes. We don't care what he believes, Madam Speaker, just like nobody cares what I believe. I believe I'm very handsome, Madam Speaker. I can't get nobody to believe me with that. But they had two chances to talk about what the Bahamian people believe, and they got slapped down on all two occasions. And I would ask to be struck from the record any assertion that the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador told a tall tale when the document is the same.
Amen. Thank you, Honourable Member, and I am striking tail from the record because it's only a pretty word for lie.
Yeah.
You know, you say you was going down the right track when you said untruth, but not tail.
Yeah. So Madam Speaker, the member for Exuma, not rebutted by the member for Cat Island, Madam Speaker, told the public that $120 million was in the bank. I wonder what category that would fall under, Madam Speaker. And so again, when you seek to give the impression that a thing has been done that has not been done, it's not a good thing then, I'll say, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister, consistent with the Deputy Prime Minister, continues to tell those kinds of stories about the future of the economy of Grand Bahama. A story was told that the workers had been paid, Madam Speaker, when they were already in arrears again in paying the workers, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, Marco City and the Free National Movement, we do not support the resolutions. We do not believe the government has made a business case on why it should provide comfort for those additional loans. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, we will not only not support these resolutions, we'll continue to tell the public that the energy reforms have not delivered the results that this government claimed it has delivered already, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam
The record
Speaker.
reflect I gave you 8 minutes that you didn't even ask for, okay? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Engliston.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the member for Marco City, but I did want to stand on a point of order to clarify a few points. When I spoke about the fuel hedge, which BPL had under the former administration, and I spoke in detail of the state of the plant and how they were not able to realize what their formula predicted. And so I also inquired with BPL to provide me in numbers what actually occurred and what actually they had forecasted. And so their modeled forecasting was 957 million barrels of HFO. Their actual was 336,000. And the model was supposed to be 51% of usage of HFO, right? And the actual was 18% of HFO. Let me explain that again. So the model HFO usage was 957,726, right? The actual was 336,656. The model predictions was to utilize 51% HFO. The actual utilization of HFO was 18%. The model prediction for ADO was 427,725. The actual ADO was 1,044,571. The model was 23% ADO. The actual was 54%. So this, when I spoke about the state of the plant ties back to the failure. And so the member spoke about the financial hedge, right? You have to hedge with something. Your costing, your breakdown, your projections is still attached to what you model your usage as, right? And so that's where the skew happened. That's where the cost burden came. Because even though you hold in the huge hedge fuel rate, which you think is still working, it was not. You were suppressing the actual, and you was just going based on the model, the prediction. The actual showed the true numbers.
Yes.
And that's where we had a difference. Okay?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I'd like to lay the document, Madam Speaker, that I've asked, by the way, the minister to lay the proof that there was $100 million arrears when they came to office, and we expect that she or the Prime Minister would be able to bring those figures back, or by the end of that should be a simple figure that somebody should be able to send to them. But I'm laying the document, Madam Speaker, the letter that was sent to both Alfred Sayers, the former minister, as well as the Prime Minister, that laid out the complete hedge program with all of the figures, all of the relevant figures in it, Madam Speaker, showing $30 million earned under that program, and then 55 that was projected to be earned if they had continued the hedge. So again, a letter written with all of the details from the board of BPL to the minister and to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker.
Order that the document be brought up. Order the document to lie on the table. As many, the chair recognizes the honourable member for South Beach.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. And thank you, or thanks be to the Almighty for allowing me to health and strength to stand in this place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've said over and repeatedly in this place that I'm a simple man. And Madam Speaker, I heard the member talk about this over and under. And Madam Speaker, the only over and under I know is the gambling game to the carnival. I wouldn't gamble with the Bahamian people money, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the proud, the independent, hard-working people of South Beach, Madam Speaker. And I rise as a member of a government, Madam Speaker, that can finally say to Bahamian people everywhere, we see light at the end of the tunnel on energy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for far too long, Bahamians have lived with the same story. They've lived with the same high bills, Madam Speaker. They've lived with the same unpredictable outages, Madam Speaker. The same apologies. No, the same excuses, Madam Speaker. The same promises that sound like the ones you heard 5 years, maybe even 10 years before, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I will tell you this. The people in South Beach, when they speak to me with regards to energy, Madam Speaker, they don't speak to me in technical languages like generation mix and fuel hedging, Madam Speaker. The truth of the matter is, Madam Speaker, some of them don't even know what HFO is, or ADO, or some fuel mix, or the desired fuel mix, Madam Speaker. But when they speak to me, Madam Speaker, they speak quite simply, straightforward. And this is what they say, Madam Speaker. MP, my light off again. MP, these bills too high, man. Mr. MP, really, when you all gonna fix this thing for true, man? That is the language that the people of South Beach and Bahamians everywhere ask, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the difference truthfully is simple. For the first time in a very long time, Madam Speaker, there's a real path out of this hole. Madam Speaker, this is why we say we can see light, Madam Speaker, at the end of the tunnel. We're not out the tunnel yet, Madam Speaker, but we're moving in the right direction. The reforms led by Prime Minister and the Minister for Energy are not fluff and talk, Madam Speaker. They are calculated decisions, contracts, and progressive projects, Madam Speaker. There are new generations coming on stream, Madam Speaker. LNG is coming into the mix. Solar and microgrids will be rolling out. And a proper plan, Madam Speaker, to move away from the endless rentals and operating in a permanent state of crisis, Madam Speaker. That is the light that our people are saying we see at the end of the tunnel, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you recall, but at last sitting, Madam Speaker, I said to you that one thing is becoming increasingly obvious around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And that is, Madam Speaker, it's politics time again. And so many voices, Madam Speaker, are being found. Everybody finding their voice. Many opinions are being offered. Many convictions are seemingly making their way to the public domain. I was listening to the radio just the other day, and I heard somebody in another place, Madam Speaker, was talking about energy. Totally confused, Madam Speaker, totally lost. But let me ask my colleagues on the other side, Madam Speaker, if I could ask the FNM, Madam Speaker, not, as I heard the member say, what you would have done. Madam Speaker, the real question is, what did you do when you had power and held power, Madam Speaker? You had 5 years. What did you do? You had your pick of consultants, Madam Speaker. What did you do? You had your chance. You had your chance to change the story on electricity in this country. Not what you write, not what you wrote, not what you wanted to do. What did you do? Madam Speaker, they got to be very careful how they answer, because you know I was there for 20 years. So they got to be careful how they answer, Madam Speaker. Huh? Did you lower any bills in a way people felt it in their pockets month after month? No. Did you strengthen the grid so that outages became rare as opposed to routine, Madam Speaker? No. Did you put in place a serious fuel strategy that matched the real conditions of the engines at BPL? No. Did you create a national roadmap, Madam Speaker, that the public could see, measure, and hold you to, Madam Speaker? No. Madam Speaker, the answer is not no. It's a resounding no. Wow. Madam Speaker, under the FNM, families in this country watch their bills climb and climb and climb, Madam Speaker. Under the FNM, Madam Speaker, outages continued. Under the FNM, Madam Speaker, rentals that were supposed to be temporary became normal. And Madam Speaker, I cannot forget, because I remember they closed the road down, moving these tanks in the road and having this big hullabaloo. And the big talk about reform never turned into a real working system, Madam Speaker. They played games with the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. They played games with hedging while the engines were inoperative or down. They suppressed, Madam Speaker, the true cost of fuel for political reasons, Madam Speaker, and left BPL to foot the bill. Madam Speaker, Because they walked away. People was talking to them, you know. People was trying to stop them, Madam Speaker, but they walked away from credible LNG solutions and never replaced them with better ones in time to help our people, Madam Speaker. So now they come, brand new, Madam Speaker, they come to this place to criticize, Madam Speaker, and to complain, to pretend that all of this started in September of 2021. Madam Speaker, that is why we have to look them square in the eyes, Madam Speaker, and ask the question, what have you done? What did you do when you had the power and held the power, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I can tell you, and I can tell this House and the Bahamian people, what the Progressive Liberal Party did when they were given the chance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, immediately we got to work. We passed modern legislation so that the sector can finally move into the 21st century, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we put in place real national energy policies so that investors, regulators, and the public knew the direction we were traveling in, Madam Speaker. Clearly, very clearly, Madam Speaker. That is true accountability. When you could put something out there and the people could hold you to it, Madam Speaker, you mean business. Madam Speaker, we created a state-owned LNG company to anchor new fuel for New Providence and cut the exposure to wild, frantic swings in the oil market, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we moved ahead with LNG infrastructure at Clifton Pier so that we could move away from the old, expensive way of doing things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are rolling out solar, renewables, hybrids, and microgrids on our outer islands so that these communities do not have to live under the constant threat, Madam Speaker, of a failing diesel system. Madam Speaker, we backed and fortified the grids so that when the new generation come on stream, Madam Speaker, the lines would be capable of bearing the capacity to carry the load, Madam Speaker. That simply means no outages, Madam Speaker. I ain't talking about no fewer. No outages, Madam Speaker. We approach, Madam Speaker, hedged or the hedging situation as a responsible business entity, Madam Speaker. A responsible business entity. Here it is. We fixed the engines. We knew the fuel mix. Then we hedge. Not the other way around, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is what the Progressive Liberal Party did with the power in their hands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to say something to the members of South Beach constituency and the Bahamian people at large, Madam Speaker, who are tired of being told that help is coming and ain't nothing changed yet. Madam Speaker, the buck stops here. Madam Speaker, this government is not perfect, and I would never pretend otherwise. But on this, Madam Speaker, this energy reform, we can hold our heads high, Madam Speaker. We did not inherit a clean slate. We inherited broken down systems, almost antiquated, aging engines, risky decisions, and more than anything, Madam Speaker, we inherited a public that had lost faith, Madam Speaker. In spite of that, Madam Speaker, we took the responsibility. We didn't throw blame and walk away. We have not spent our time, Madam Speaker, crafting clever lines for talk shows and for social media, Madam Speaker. We stayed focused. We did the hard, unglamorous work, Madam Speaker. The planning, the legislating, the negotiating, and the building, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, who could have imagined that we would reach one day when a government in this country could stand up and tell the Bahamian people when BPL will pay off its legacy debt and finally stand on its own, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is the direction that we're heading in under this administration. That is why international partners are saying, and they look at the Bahamas differently with regards to energy, Madam Speaker. That is why investors start to say, well, you know, I believe they can fix it this time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is why Bahamian families, while still under pressure, are beginning to see that at last a serious effort is on the way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is what leadership looks like. Facing a mess, accepting that it is a mess, and then rolling up our sleeves and cleaning the mess up, Madam Speaker. I repeat, leadership looks like facing the mess, accepting that it is a mess, Madam Speaker, and then rolling up our sleeves and fixing the mess. On this side, Madam Speaker, we will not let anybody rewrite history. The FNM had their chance. They squandered it, Madam Speaker. The PLP now has its chance, and we are using it to build a system that is more reliable, more affordable, and more modern, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, so, to the people of South Beach and Bahamians everywhere, I say this. You have the right to demand better. You have the right to be angry about the years of neglect. But you also have every right to know that for the first time, Madam Speaker, in a long time, Madam Speaker, there's a government that is not hiding from this fight. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, Madam Speaker, and we are running towards it, Madam Speaker. We are not turning back, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I give this resolution my full support because, Madam Speaker, it is one more step towards the day when Bahamians no longer would talk about electricity as a national problem, but as a national strength. South Beach rests, South Beach supports, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the resilient, hard-working people of the Pinewood constituency who have sent me into this place to represent their interests. Madam Speaker, you mentioned the 21 speakers. I will be very, very brief, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this resolution have Pinewood's unequivocal support. Madam Speaker, the people of Pinewood long for a day where we have reliable electricity. We long for a day when we have affordable electricity. Madam Speaker, don't listen to the noise in the market, you know. It's the price of the fish. Madam Speaker, let us not act as if this resolution doesn't have anything to do with what the Bahamian people are actually seeing. As you drive around New Providence, Bahamians could see poles coming down and poles going up. Bahamians could see new wirings, new transformers. People could see that. We also look at our bill and compare between this year and last year. And so we know what the reality is. But I second South Beach as we talk about what is going on in the country. And this is not a one-off, Madam Speaker. This government, led by the member for Kent Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, took a holistic approach. We raised the minimum wage. We paid all of those civil servants what was back due in terms of promotions and increments and promotions. We see a housing project that is going on. We see other things that are going on, road pavings and all of this. And so this is a very important piece of legislation, this resolution, Madam Speaker. But we also know, as said by South Beach, we are talking about paying off PPL being debt-free in 6 years. But let's just say it's 7 years, or even 8 years. If you were to say to a Bahamian coming into the last election that there is a government who will put an holistic approach into dealing with electricity, its affordability and reliability, and that $500 million of debt and all the imperfections that will be going on, that you'll get a stronger grid, you'll get a more reliable grid, and that $500 million legacy debt could be gone in 6 years. I think most Bahamian people will go along with that. It took us, what, 40, 50 years to get to the point of where we are. And if we could get out according to plan, and I commend the Minister for Energy, the MP for Elizabeth. This is not a small order, Madam Speaker. This is not a small order. When you see April and May come, we become dramatized in this country because we know what's coming. Rolling blackouts and higher fuel prices. The government has made a deliberate decision that we will bite the proverbial bullet, that we would put in place a comprehensive plan in which we will tell the Bahamian people that you could look forward to, based on our actions, based on our agreements, that you could look forward to reliable electricity. And Madam Speaker, I say again, electricity situation may not be perfect. I mean, over the weekend we had some challenges. I don't live in a bubble. But it's also fair to say that from a reliability point, we could point to every year for the last 4 years, the amount of rolling electricity blackouts during the summer has decreased. I think it's fair. Any reasonable thinking person would see that. And so, Madam Speaker, I commend the government on this important, very important legislation. Because, Madam Speaker, in a lot of cases, electricity and water go hand in hand. And so when the current go off, some people don't have the ability to have a bath or to wash the dishes. It also means, Madam Speaker, as stated not by me or even by this government, but by rating agencies, a government that is dealing with the energy crisis, the energy situation in the Bahamas, if they are able to lower the cost and improve the reliability, it can only be better for the Bahamian economy, that allow us to hire more people, but also allow businesses and merchandise to be cheaper. And so, Madam Speaker, Pinewood is in full support of this resolution. Pinewood rests.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. As many? Here, let's go. Next person. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Didn't send you on the script yet.
Nope. They're looking for it now.
I need a little more height, so I'm trying to do this properly. There we go. That's it, that's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying to get a little more height here. Everything is clear. Pull it up. All right. Madam Speaker, I thank you for recognizing me as I rise in this honorable place on behalf of the great constituents of Yamacraw, and under the strength of God Almighty, who has allowed me to serve in this honorable position to represent our people. Madam Speaker, as we debate this very important resolution, I would like to say from the offset that Yamacraw supports wholeheartedly this resolution that will bring relief to the Bahamian people, especially when it comes to power generation, reliability, and the cost of power. Madam Speaker, there are a few things that I would like to identify very clearly on the record that I could not help but notice when the member for Marcos City stood to his feet. He would teeter between our administration and he would highlight the Minister administration and take ownership of the Minister administration. And then when it's convenient, the member from Marcos City and others distance themselves from the Minister administration and say, we brand new. If you listen to Marcos City and the opposition, Madam Speaker, you could swear that ministers had a perfect government because they tout every policy that the Minister administration would have put in place and hail it as something successful that would have occurred during that time in government. Madam Speaker, this level of amnesia by the members opposite is astounding. Madam Speaker, the people remember just how much they suffered under those programs of the Minister administration. And the member for Marcos City, the member for St. Barnabas, the member for Long Island, the member for East Grand Bahama, and the member for Central Grand Bahama were all there. And you could swear that they were not, because they conveniently distance themselves and say, now we will do A, B, C, D, and E. They have the perfect plans for their, what they seem to think is their future. But the plans for your future may not even be to sit right where you are, St. Barnabas.
They got 2 examples.
But I would say, Madam Speaker, as we speak on this very important bill, the member for Marcos City speak about, well, the hedge thing got killed. And I commend the member for Elizabeth and the member for Cat Island, San Salvador, Rumpke and San Salvador, for putting to bed that hedge fiasco that they would have been bringing from day one. Ever since I came in here, they touted hedge, 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 until we found out today the full details very clearly. The Bahamian people understand that their hedge was actually a failure. Because, not because it wasn't a good plan, because their behavior in government was never good execution. They have an execution problem. And their execution problem seems to be extended now because they come with now revitalized plans of what they intend to do, because all of a sudden our idea still ain't good enough. It's amazing that the member for Marcos City, when price rates are lower in New Providence compared to Grand Bahama. See, I know I lived in Grand Bahama for a long time, right? And the member stands up in here and says, well, I still don't believe that's a good move for Grand Bahama, that the price rates would be equivalent to New Providence. Their intentions are clear. Listen, if stop, review, and cancel could have been a person, it was them. Because they're showing you what they intend to do, but luckily the Bahamian people will not allow that to happen again. Madam Speaker, this is a copy of an excerpt on energy. It says energy. It looks familiar, St. Barnabas. It looks familiar?
That's what they
Okay. It looks familiar? This is 2017. 2017 manifesto. all right? And it says, recognizing the importance of the energy sector to the future development of our economy and the preservation of our pristine environment. This sounds just like Marco City.
Just like what he reading.
Just like what he's reading. All right, the goal is to reduce dependence on fossil fuel by aggressively utilizing renewable sources of energy, including solar, wind, wave, LNG, methane, waste energy, and biofuel. Our key initiative will be aimed at both improving and modernizing our current energy procurement, production, and distribution methods. They had big plans. And they come back in your plan. This is their energy plan from 2017. They come back in here. They did none of this during their term. Now we're actually fixing it, doing something like the member for South Beach says, and they got a problem. They should stand in here and applaud the government and say, okay, let's do this together. Ever since they've been in opposition, it's doom and gloom. Oh, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna happen. Y'all can't do it. I won't trust y'all. And they're trying to throw things out in public to cause the Bahamians to be bamboozled by their politicking again. Yeah. This is not gonna happen. No. And I'm gonna table this because this is their manifesto. Listen, so your Free National Movement government, Marco City's words today, will revolutionize, will revolutionize the energy sector. He said, number one was, this is their checklist now. Number one is privatizing the Bahamas Electricity Corporation, or BEC, to ensure Bahamian ownership through majority shareholding. So they were going to privatize it and let, right? No. Sorry, no.
Selling things off.
They're going to privatize. Listen to this, Kevin.
Who would do that?
Your Free National Movement government will revolutionize energy. This is St. Barnabas, Marco City, right? Eastern Bahama, right? Long Island, right? And Central, well, I can't have Central go on the COI, so I can't talk about Central. Right? So we can do Central. But number one, this says your Free National Movement government will revolutionize the energy sector by one, privatizing the Bahamas Electricity Corporation to ensure Bahamian ownership through majority shareholding. Right?
And you know what? They just
see, the truth is a stubborn thing. Right? And the fact is, St. Barnabas facing this. Okay? So all of their facing it. This was their manifesto. This is a page from there. I can send it over there so you can read it. All right? Providing incentives and tax concessions to local private companies for the production and supplies of alternate fuel sources, including waste energy, biodiesel, methane, LNG, and wind and solar energy in New Providence and the Family Islands. Publicly traded alternative energy companies that provide services in areas of assembly, installation, and maintenance of renewable energy sources. Introducing prepaid smart metering, advanced metering infrastructure as an option for consumers. And creating renewable energy economy by supporting, promoting a national solarization program. But we know that ain't happen, right? So they could boast about we could do this, we could do that, we could do the next thing. They said it before and didn't do it. And now they have a problem because we're doing it today. We're taking one step further. This is a habit. This is a habit of this F&M administration who now grapples because they only want power. They would promise you anything. They did it before. All right? And they said, also, they said creating, they ain't even got no point out. What you do? Put a point against your manifesto? All right, well then sit small until I call your name. So creating a renewable energy economy by supporting and promoting a national solarization program, reducing the cost of energy by modernizing the electricity generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure. You didn't do it.
Nothing.
So don't come in here with the same words, but we will, under our government, we will. Because you said in 2017, you had your full term. And you didn't do it. As a matter of fact, you did the complete opposite. And now here you come with this doom and gloom again, trying to sell in the Bahamian psyche that we are doing something that doesn't benefit them, and you will do something different. Oh, I'm glad you bring up tri-fuel, Member for Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, I will lay their manifesto energy plan 2017. Madam, thank you.
They want to sell the government building. Everything away. Every single thing.
But they're talking about the select few.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker,
Who's going to buy BPL?
in addition to what was placed there, right? And the Honorable Prime Minister, he identified, and the member for Elizabeth identified that BPL had a promise. They had this promise when they were riding the generators that South Beach mentioned through New Providence, shut down New Providence to ride these generators. That was the move to do all them things they said, right? That was in their best year, according to them, 2019, right? And this is May 2019. I have a picture of a big BPL truck. And on their site, they have the write-up on the Wadzilla engines, and they're talking about how much it's going to produce, and the fact that this is going to fix our generation by providing tri-fuel generation. Okay? This is the same group. Just a couple years ago, this a couple months ago, right? They come in here acting brand new. This is facts. And the thing is, the member would stand up there, but he has facts, and all he do is talk, and doesn't lay, and he wouldn't lay any, oh, I'm prepared, if you would only just answer, and they come up with these questions. All they have is 21 questions. Over and over again, question time, right? This debate time. Bring your facts, because I can bring mine.
Good.
And I lay this one on because this is from the BPL site of 2019. Madam Speaker, if I may submit this to the record.
Order the document be brought up.
Was it tri-fuel? No.
Yeah.
They lied. In order for them
They got to say where them engines going because it wasn't theirs.
$5 million per engine.
Oh, my God.
It's all about trust. That's what that is. My goodness.
And you said it right, Angleson. It is all about trust because they come in here, they come in here and they gambling with the people's lives because they present something that they really aren't.
We work for you?
So, Madam Speaker,
You really should
I rise today.
Order the document to lie on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
BPL.
I rise today. See, Madam Speaker, I isn't going to segue there because, you know, this doom and gloom behavior got to stop. Something that's good for the people, you got to support. And they can stand up here, but oh, we support this and they will do that. They're hoping the Bahamian people fail. They're hoping that the Bahamian people fail so they could be miserable like they made them miserable. And then they could vote them and say, okay, we just want them, let's just give us something different. It ain't gonna happen.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for St. Barnabas.
Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the good member for Yamacraw. But Madam Speaker, we will always push back on this ridiculous notion that holding the government accountable is bringing doom and gloom and wanting the Bahamian people to fail. Because in many respects, the failures that is happening, Madam Speaker, and all of the difficulties that the Bahamian people are facing is because of the failure of this government. So we want accountability on this government. So if they call it doom and gloom, we call it accountability, Madam Speaker.
That's your point of order. Let me tell you what's wrong with your point of order, right? What you're saying and what you did, what you actually have in writing and what you did are two different things. So number one, accountability on your end goes out the window. And accountability starts with truth. So you cannot stand here, preach doom and gloom, and then say, I'm holding you accountable. No, There are some things that you can have questions about, that you may be opposed to, that you may find a better way to do. You have your chance when you're on your feet. Don't shout at me from down your seat. Yes, some other people, but you've been doom and gloom, and all you do is speak in here, shout from your seat.
Members,
Shout-
What do you
Y'all want to sell BPL, man. Give away. Where's the EIA? Where is the BPL buyer?
Madam Speaker, the member for St. Barnabas who is shouting across my microphone, because I'm sure if I could hear him loud, everybody can hear him, right? And I would just like, and if you notice, Madam Speaker, and the general public will notice, when the member for Cat Island spoke in here, the member for Marco City, every 2 minutes jumped up and he's shouting and he's screaming and he's angry. When the member for Elizabeth spoke, every time, mid-sentence, she can't finish a sentence, they jump up and they're screaming and shouting. Obviously, the members intend to disrupt and be disruptive. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak truth to power on the energy reforms being pursued by this Davis administration and the catastrophic situation we are pulling this country out of. Energy is one of the most important issues facing our nation today. Every Bahamian household, every business, and every community across this archipelago is impacted by our electricity issues. It is felt in monthly bills, and outages that interrupt daily life, and in the confidence of people that the system can be relied on. Prior to our administration, for years, Bahamians were told that relief were coming, that they were told that the reforms were on the way. They were told, as you can see in the manifesto that they had, that the plans were in motion to modernize the grid, reduce costs, and stabilize supplies. None of that happened. It is happening under this administration. Yet, for too many families, what they experienced instead were rising bills, persistent outages, and a full range of excuses. Our predecessors often spoke about energy reform, but what emerged in practice was a series of disconnected initiatives that never coalesced into a coherent long-term strategy. There was no comprehensive national energy policy. There was no clear plan to deliver infrastructure readiness, fuel strategy, and consumer relief, and no sustained reduction in electricity costs for ordinary Bahamians. Bills remained high, and in some cases, families saw them double. Outages continued, and generator rentals that they kept saying was supposed to be temporary became permanent. At the time, in opposition, our members asked reasonable questions. Where is the plan? Where was the transparency? Where is the relief? Those questions went largely unanswered. Madam Speaker, one of the most telling examples of this failure was the fuel hedging strategy pursued under the F&M that the member for Elizabeth laid out perfectly today. I call it the hedge that never delivered. It was a winning bet on paper, but a losing bet in reality. A bet that never had a chance to win because the Wasilla engines we needed working on heavy fuel oil were down and out for the count the entire time. The plan never stood a chance. They like to brag about what the hedge could have done in an alternate reality. It's clear they live in an alternate reality. But facts, as we showed today over and over again, are stubborn things. Madam Speaker, the fact is that the hedge was an A+ idea with an F- minus execution. At the time the hedge was in place, the Wasilla engines that relied on heavy fuel oil were offline. They were not tri-fuel capable, as explained in the online document on the website of BPL at the time. They were not operational, so it could only have been alleged. They were not available to take advantage of the fuel being hedged. That is why Bahamians ended up with higher costs instead of relief. Beyond the hedge, there was a broader problem: the reforms that never rolled out. There was no modern electricity legislation to enable fuel diversification. There was no national framework to introduce renewables at scale. There was no clear path to reduce the reliance on rentals. There was no transparent, publicly articulated roadmap connecting policy announcements to delivery timelines. Instead, what Bahamians saw were fragments, announcements without follow-through, concepts without execution, and promises that they did not survive contact, or they did not place contact with reality. Madam Speaker, the absence of structure is what left the system vulnerable and families exposed. Now let me be clear. Do I think that the members opposite would have liked for these measures to work? I think they would have liked for them to work, but they had no plan. Of course, we all want them to work. We all want lower bills. We all want less power outages. No one benefits politically or personally from a failing energy system. No one sets out hoping that reforms collapse. But these failures are what I call well-intentioned missteps. And as they say, Madam Speaker, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Good intentions did not keep the lights on. Good intentions did not lower the bills. Good intentions did not stabilize our energy system. Only execution does that. And that's what this Davis administration is doing with the first truly comprehensive national energy reform plan in our nation's history, the first of its kind. But, Madam Speaker, we're not just here to talk about the plan. We're here to talk about how we're making the plan real. That's the difference between us and our predecessors. We aren't here to talk about what could have happened. We are not here to talk about what could have been done. We are here to talk about the real work. Our work did not begin with press releases. It began with policy. It began with legislation. It began with the hard, unglamorous work of fixing engines and repairing grids. Under the PLP, energy reform is not treated as a collection of talking points. It is a treated system. Any good system has to be implemented in the right order. We passed a Modern Energy Act. We enacted a Natural Gas Act. We adopted the first comprehensive national energy policy this country ever had. We did not hedge fuel before fixing the engines. We did not promise savings without restoring capacity. We did not announce reform without building the framework to deliver reform. That is the difference. Madam Speaker, with the right foundation in place, this administration moved deliberately to implementation. Liquefied natural gas is being introduced as part of a phased transition designed to reduce exposure to oil price volatility while improving reliability. At the same time, renewable energy is being scaled in a way that matches the realities of an island nation with hybrid microgrids and battery storage supporting family island communities that have long suffered fragile service. We have made this a priority because this Davis administration understands that energy reform is not an end in itself. It is a platform for national development and a foundation for our growth. It supports tourism by improving reliability and protecting the national brand. It supports investment by reducing uncertainty and operating risks. It supports family island developments by delivering systems that can carry growth rather than constrain it. It supports households by stabilizing costs and improving service. That is the plan. The difference has already become visible, Madam Speaker. Consumers have seen direct relief through targeted measures. Reliability has improved where investments have been made. Rental generation is being phased out rather than expanded. Fuel strategies are now aligned with functioning infrastructure, and solar and hybrid microgrids are going up all over the islands, including here in New Providence. Madam Speaker, when Bahamians talk to us about electricity, they are asking a very simple question. Are we finally fixing this, Or are we going back to the same old pattern of promises without delivery? This administration has chosen to fix it. This administration has chosen to fix it. The resolution before us is a practical piece of that work. This gives Bahamas LNG Partner Limited the financial capacity to secure gas, honor its obligations, and support a fuel mix that is more stable and more affordable than the one we inherited. It is a targeted instrument that backs a state asset, which in turn backs Bahamian families and businesses every time they switch the light on. Colleagues opposite can vote to keep moving in the direction that they have been in, or they've been going in. Or they can vote to send us back to do, or they can vote to send us back to do the patchwork that they've been doing. But that approach has failed our people for far too long. Those are the stakes. On this side, we choose a power system that is planned, reliable, and fair to the people who pay for it every month. Yamakroa gives this resolution its full support, and I invite honorable members in this House, including the opposition, to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise.
What are you saying, Lundy? Lundy, what you saying
I
about
rise on behalf of the
sewage?
great people of St. Barnabas,
Fill up the holes, your little
the
company runs around.
people of Coconut Grove,
Island.
Black Village,
Do something.
Big Pond,
Do something with your gambling selves.
Rock Crusher, and the Oakfield
Stop
community.
gambling and do your work. Stop gambling and do your work.
Madam Speaker,
Stop gambling and do your work.
can we all just get along? Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to stand here.
Members, you'll behave now.
It's a pleasure to stand here today, Madam Speaker.
I know you think about that too, Bill.
Madam Speaker,
You keep thinking about it.
I am not going to be
Thinking about it.
too long this afternoon.
Keep thinking about it.
I'm not going to be too long this afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Don't get turned out. Don't get turned out.
But
Turned out.
before we get to the bill at hand or the resolution, Madam Speaker,
Stop gambling, Lundy.
just wish to deal with a few issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like many Bahamians, including many in this House, I presume, and I will presume, probably correctly, I guess I could say, that we are people of faith. This country is anchored by our individual and collective faith
Take it, eh? Let the man speak.
as a nation. In fact, we know that the preamble to our Constitution says in part that our freedoms are guaranteed by a national commitment to self-discipline, industry, loyalty, unity, and abiding respect for Christian values and the rule of law, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, just like any Bahamian, I too have my faith. And while I would never, Madam Speaker, I'm careful, I should say, to ever suggest that I, in my imperfection, have a monopoly on faith, Madam Speaker. I'm unapologetic about how important faith is and has been and continues to be to my life, Madam Speaker, and how that faith is applied through the evolution of life in different parts of life, in different aspects of life, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I've started that way this afternoon, Madam Speaker, because life evolves, and so does politics, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, last night, our great party, my great party, ratified me for the new St. James constituency and has asked me to serve as the standard bearer in that constituency, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a constituency and an area that I'm very familiar with, as much of my formative years, Madam Speaker, was spent in a great deal of the western portion, if you will, and southwestern portion of that constituency, namely Mount Pleasant Village, of which the family homestead, and my family is still there. Growing up in Mount Pleasant Village, the member for Marco City knows very well. He's just a couple years older than me, so he's my senior. Just a couple. He's my senior. But who I am today, Madam Speaker, is so much because of that place called Mount Pleasant Village, Madam Speaker. It was on those courts out there that I honed my basketball skills and eventually went over on a basketball scholarship, Madam Speaker. And so this is about service. I look forward to serving the people of St. James, Madam Speaker, and in particular, Madam Speaker, the people in Mount Pleasant, the place where I call home. Madam Speaker, the people of St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker, the people of St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker, in 2017 gave me the distinct honor, Madam Speaker, to serve as their Member of Parliament. And, Madam Speaker, against all odds in 2017, against all odds, Madam Speaker, the people of St. Barnabas said that we want you. Subsequently, Madam Speaker, in the following election, Madam Speaker, I was re-elected, and that's why I stand here today. I am grateful, eternally grateful to the people of St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker, who will always be my family. I inherited new aunts and new mothers and new brothers, new uncles, Madam Speaker. Many of them, Madam Speaker, who I have known my whole life prior to politics. And that's why it was equally inspiring, Madam Speaker, that I was able to forge a political relationship with them. And very frankly and proudly, Madam Speaker, many of these people were people of all political stripes, people members of the Free National Movement, members of the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, who supported me then, who supported me in 2017, supported me in 2021, and still support me to this day. Because in that experience, Madam Speaker, would have been resident all of the different experiences that I've had in my life, whether it be sports, Junkanoo, community involvement, Madam Speaker, primary school friends, high school friends, many of my friends who, at the same time, we were on our separate journeys at the university level, playing college basketball. Madam Speaker, the member for South Beach, who has me by a couple of years, he too was a part of that and continues to be part of that fraternity, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as transitions do happen, Madam Speaker, I do want to say publicly, Madam Speaker, and on the floor of this House, how grateful, exceedingly grateful I am to the people of St. Barnabas for all that they've given me, welcoming me and their family literally into their homes, Madam Speaker. I will continue to enjoy the relationship because it's transcended politics. These are real, meaningful relationships. Some of the best people in the world, Madam Speaker, that I've learned from. I've obtained additional mentors and just real family members, Madam Speaker. And I will continue, Madam Speaker, to provide support in any way I can, Madam Speaker, to the next Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, former Senator Jamal Morse, who I said yesterday, Madam Speaker, to the media, is quite capable. And it's not about filling my shoes, it's about anybody creating their own pathway. But like me, he has a commitment to community and bettering a community. He's somebody who has been thoroughly involved in the union work in the country, and he cares deeply about people, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to helping him become the next Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I told somebody earlier today that early in my life, when I was about 5 years old, when my great-grandmother introduced me to God and to faith and how important it is, that then, you know, I always knew God. The difference is now in that maturation process is now I trust him, Madam Speaker, and there's a difference. So I do trust him, Madam Speaker, and whatever's next in this transition that I'm in, Madam Speaker, and prepared to do the work. When I was in university, playing for Franklin Pierce University, my basketball coach, Madam Speaker, you know, we would pray before we go out to play the game. And there was one particular game we were praying, and I guess we were praying too long as far as he was concerned. And so he came into the locker room and he said, fellas, man, just remember the fellas on the next side in the locker room, they praying too. So pray as you should, but remember we still have to go out and play the game. And so his point was, as is always said, that faith without works is dead, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, it is just astonishing, Madam Speaker. And we have said this before relative to the members opposite in this government. They are not short on political ego or government ego. They stroke themselves repeatedly, Madam Speaker, about what they think they are doing for the Bahamian people, what they believe in their minds that they're doing for the Bahamian people. But what the Bahamian people see and feel is something totally different. And Madam Speaker, what is incredible, and you know, the good member for Yamacraw, I believe respectfully that he is the poster child for this, gets up and acts as if he and this government is the bastion of accountability. The bastion of accountability, Madam Speaker, that they're doing everything the right way. Everything the right way. That they are being totally accountable in every aspect of government. But yet the member for Yamacraw, to this day, has not been accountable for something that's under his remit, has not tabled the environmental impact assessments, but yet he will get up and talk about accountability. All right? You know, on the SpaceX program, on the moorings, where is the EIA? Mr. Minister? You all jumping up?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
This is the height of being disingenuous. If he cannot find it, if he gives me his phone, I'll Google it, and he can then have all three of the documents on the SpaceX. and it's the Falcon 9, not the Starship. We went through this at length. These are the games that they play, and this is why the Bahamian people have smacked them about in West End and Bimini and recently in Golden Isles. You have to be honest in your conversation with the Bahamian people.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
And Madam Speaker, and this is what they do. This is what they do, Madam Speaker. So when you put the truth at their feet, this is what they do, strategy-wise. They get up. The member for Freetown gets up to help out his colleague. But what they're not going to do, Madam Speaker, he's not going to lay the EIA. He's not going to lay it. As I said last week, Madam Speaker, before the member for Yamacraw had the opportunity to contribute, that he wasn't going to lay it then. He has not laid it, and he's not going to lay it, Madam Speaker. And so, as much as Freetown fights so aggressively, using, Madam Speaker, that courtroom eloquence, it don't work in here because the Bahamian people can see right through it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I turn to the resolution, Madam Speaker, I want you all to come and lay it. Come and lay the EIA. That's what we want. Madam Speaker, just a couple of things, Madam Speaker. Again, very important to what's happening with the Bahamian people in this country, Madam Speaker. CPSA head says PMH is the worst she has ever seen it, Madam Speaker. Right? I'm doing exactly what you all do.
It's only because we debate the bill. It's a resolution.
CPSA head says PMH is the worst she's ever seen it. Actually, she said in 22 years. In 22 years. But this government lotions itself, Madam Speaker, lotioning itself, saying that the country and things are in good order. They are not, Madam Speaker. They are not. But the good thing is, Madam Speaker, it ain't long now before the Bahamian people give their verdict, Madam Speaker. Voice that she's seen it, Madam Speaker. Voice that she's seen it. Madam Speaker, Lucayan staff 5 weeks unpaid for a second time. So again, as the members opposite, stand up, Madam Speaker, and suck in all the oxygen to big up their chests, right? There are people in Grand Bahama who ain't been paid. Haven't been paid, Madam Speaker, in 5 weeks.
Lie about it.
And they, Madam Speaker, and they told untruths. 5 weeks, Madam Speaker, the people of Grand Bahama have not been paid. But yet, the government stands in here that they're doing everything well when they can't even pay people. The members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, who are in here every day for us, can't get their gratuity. But the member for Freetown, he ain't gonna get up and talk about that. He's gonna wax eloquently.
You used to represent them one time, I understand.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
You know, St. Barnabas should know, because I represented the Royal Bahamas Police for our staff association when they won their case for overtime. There's a case that they have some of them for gratuity, and some of them have a case, and it's before the court, and Madam Justice Ruth Bo Darville, appointed by the former administration, heard the case, and she dismissed it. That is the judge that heard the matter and dismissed it. And Madam Speaker, every policeman entitled to gratuity is receiving gratuity. And that's regardless of how you come to be dismissed. And so St. Barnabas needs to stop being irresponsible, quite simply.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown continues to amaze me respectfully, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. He's been on two sides of these issues, Madam Speaker.
On multiple cases.
Two sides, Madam Speaker. On one hand, Madam Speaker,
He's a man who could defend
on one hand, Madam Speaker, The police cannot investigate themselves. And then on the next hand, now all of a sudden, the police can investigate themselves, Madam Speaker. On one hand, Madam Speaker, flog the immigrants, Freetown says. He says, flog them, right? Make them think you're going to kill them. That's what the member on one side said. And then on the next side, when we talk about real, meaningful, sensible, humane immigration reform, you know, he catch religion, Madam Speaker. Catches religion. Two sides of the issues, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes
It
your
has nothing to do with this debate.
Nothing, absolutely.
And St. Barnabas is just being scandalously dishonest. And this is why they continue to lose, Madam Speaker. They have not put forward anything specific about immigration. Nothing at all. What they have put forward, the only thing they've put forward is what they always put forward. Let's talk about it. Don't let's do nothing about it. Let's talk about it. Let's hold a talking shop. That is the only thing they've ever said about immigration. I don't intend to address the first part of it, but just so that the country can know. They, in fact, the only time they put something forward is when they've plagiarized it. And I will show in my contribution how Marco City plagiarized what Carlisle and Rumkey in Salvador and Elizabeth said. But on immigration, they have never put forward doing anything. In fact, they don't even want you to hold migrants accountable. So they don't put forward anything.
The chair recognizes the honorable.
Again, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that the member put on the table now where we or I have plagiarized anything from this government. Because not I gonna tell you. Until you do so, you ought to withdraw it, Madam Speaker, or have it expunged. Because I have in front of me immigration plan, Operation Shield, Madam Speaker, which predated, Madam Speaker, what they're running on with, and it's not exclusive to them or us, but a compilation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, protect me from this member of Parliament who wishes to continually interrupt while I'm speaking, Madam Speaker, or I can address him directly, Madam Speaker. You know, again, so again. Best practices from various jurisdictions that we have put on the record. So when you want to start about plagiarizing, put the facts down. What the member said is you have been on both sides of many important issues. When clients you represented were killed, you accused, you raised some questions about the police that again cast aspersions. When you got on the other side, as a minister, you sounded as if you were defending some other folks. So you've been on both sides of many issues. So when it comes to credibility, you are not the correct person to cast aspersions about plagiarizing. You have been on multiple sides of both issues. So are you going to withdraw, or are you going to substantiate?
Madam Speaker,
Free time.
Madam Speaker, I know,
Members, one member on the floor.
Madam Speaker, the allegation of plagiarizing, which I said I will show in my contribution, isn't about immigration. It's in here about their plans, about handing things back to the Bahamas government.
You made a specific
I said plagiarize Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador, and Elizabeth. That is what I said. That is what I said, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if I might, the member would know.
Members, there's one member on the floor.
When you sit down, I can start to talk again, you know.
Not to try and box eloquent after making some casting aspersions. Verify it or withdraw it.
You finished?
Are you going to verify?
You finished?
Or are you going to lay the document on?
Members, please allow the member for free time.
Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City would know, and this is the point that they keep missing, that in this matter,
Madam Speaker, I've gotten up and indicated that the member has misrepresented I'd like to know whether or not the question is going to be put to him. Is he prepared to verify or withdraw until he's ready to verify? That's all. That's the only thing I've asked
Would
for.
you allow the
So,
member to
no, but Madam
speak?
Speaker, he's been speaking for a while. You have been quick to the point with me to say, listen, if somebody rises on a point of order, what then is the point of order? Madam, and I've complied with that. So I'm asking for the same things to be dealt with him.
About Marco
Verify.
City.
You
My point of order was with St. Barnabas.
Indeed.
You said no. You said Marco City. You drew me into the discussion. You drew me into the discussion, and I will go to defend.
Let me say, I'll put it like this, Madam Speaker, so we can get beyond this point, and I can throw the next blow I have to throw. I don't say that I've said anything about Marco City plagiarizing anything. If he feels I have, I withdraw it. I will deal with him. We're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into that debate, Madam Speaker, or we will be backward and forward. The reality of it, Madam Speaker, so that the country can know, because it's in the news, that I've represented a number of police officers for free in matters where they have executed their duties. And I always have. And, Madam Speaker, they would be well put to read what a lawyer says. So whether it's a Bahamian lawyer or a foreign lawyer, you would expect them to bat their client's corner. And you do not accept what they say when they're batting their client's corner, other than I am instructed. Now, Madam Speaker, the bottom line that I got up to speak on is that St. Barnabas claims that I was on some other side in an immigration issue, and they have not debated any immigration issue. They came and asked for a select committee to talk about it, and that was the point that I made. The point about plagiarism has to do with we shouldn't let our energy infrastructure out of our control, and that's exactly what Cat Island, Rum Cay, and Salvador says this deal does. That is what Elizabeth says that that deal does. So as far as that goes, Madam Speaker, that is what I say. The fact that St. Barnabas can't find anything to talk about the actual resolution speaks for itself.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, well, that may be one thing that we are all guilty of, Madam Speaker. So we are all complicit in that, Madam Speaker. But the point is, Madam Speaker, just to close up this issue on the immigration matter, Madam Speaker. The honourable member, Madam Speaker, in 2015, talked about flogging immigrants and letting them think that we can kill them. Subsequently, in the most recent debate, the member, through many forms and many versions, would have suggested that our position was such because we were somehow not being humane and not focused on humanity. So the only thing we pointed out is this, is the great hypocrisy of the member and how he has been on both sides of the issue. And on the case of immigration, he's been on the very extreme side. One side flogging immigrants, and on the other side, what he would say is presenting sensible legislation, Madam Speaker.
News story. To say that if somebody believes that they will be flogged, they will not come, is not to advocate flogging anybody. And the words are quite clear. And it is exactly not only what was said, but what was reported as he read it.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this issue of energy in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, has been one that obviously, as was said earlier by the member for Marco City, that is vitally important to the continuous development and future development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas because of its importance and how it impacts so many aspects of our way of life, Madam Speaker, namely the Bahamian economy, and how it is at sometimes counterproductive to get into reasonable business ventures, Madam Speaker, because of the great cost of electricity in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas generation. in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. But it's just so interesting to hear the members opposite, Madam Speaker. The members opposite have not been very good on the electricity front, Madam Speaker, on this issue. Remember, this was the same, I wouldn't say crew, Madam Speaker, because you probably will chastise me for that. But these are the same ones who one time ago said that they were going to promise the Bahamian people free electricity.
Yes.
You remember that? Free.
Who's forgot that line?
Free electricity. That's what they said. They started off all the way on that end that they were going to they were promising the Bahamian people free electricity, Madam Speaker. Keep that in mind. This is the free electricity crew, Madam Speaker.
This is the right? BPL crew.
Right? Free electricity crew, Madam Speaker.
BPL crew.
Madam Speaker, and for the past 5 years, Madam Speaker, for all the talk here today, but for the past 5 years, people have been paying higher electricity bills, Madam Speaker. People in the Family Islands have been going 3, 4, 5 days a week without power, Madam Speaker. But this government has the nerve to say that they are progressing on the power and electricity generation front, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, people have been living literally in darkness, Madam Speaker, but they are lotioning and stroking themselves as if they have been good for the Bahamian people as it relates on this issue. Ask the people down in Michael. What you say, Michael? Ask the people down in Michael how it feels. Eleuthera, who have been dealing with water issues and electricity issues in 2025. The government is in no position, Madam Speaker, to act as if they have been so great on this issue over their term. And they come here today with all these posts and everything, Madam Speaker, as if they've brought great relief.
They know you can't.
As if they've brought great relief to the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. They have not. The Bahamian people have been dealing with increased electricity bills under this government, Madam Speaker. From when they abandoned the hedge, all this talk about they debunked the hedge, it's a fallacy, Madam Speaker.
It is.
The chair recognizes the
Invite St. Barnabas to actually read the letter of the 18th of October 2021, which does not invite the government to do anything. That on page 4 points out that BPL is hedged through to June 2024. And again on page 2, that points out that the hedge was actually locked contracted for 5 years. Doesn't actually ask, and it's in response to, further to your email regarding the hedge programs at BPL. Now, this is said to be that letter. It doesn't ask anything about expanding any hedge, and I will read it, and we can read it completely now, or I can read it completely in my contribution.
Read it now.
What it says, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, since this is a big point for them, it is dated the 18th of October 2021. Addressed to Honorable Alfred Sayers, QC, MP, Minister of Public Works, Ministry of Works, Nassau, Bahamas. Their minister says, further to your email regarding the hedge program at BPL. So this is in response to an email from the minister. I think it would be useful to provide a general overview of the strategic considerations that went into structuring and implementation of this program, which means it's structured and it's implemented, not to be implemented, how the programs work, and results to date. Hedging costs do not impact BPL's profitability. At BPL, all costs related to the purchase of fuel are passed through to the customer without bias to any class of customer. BPL does not make profit or loss from this activity. However, when customers do not pay their bills on time, BPL must cover those costs and is reimbursed via its collection efforts. The major intent of this program is to smooth the peaks and valleys that the market is subject to over time and provide a stable and, if possible, lower fuel charge to consumers. The pricing of the fuel purchases is subject to market conditions. Governments, and that's A. B, government's relationship with Inter-American Development Bank, strategic in reducing costs. In pursuing fuel hedging, BPL considered all financial options and went as far as preparing a tender document, which means they tendered before they entered this hedge, which means you would have to tender if you were to go in any other. Having prior experience in a fuel hedging program, alongside discussions with individuals currently in the business, it was anticipated that the transactional fee by financial institutions for hedging would be in the range of 2% to 3%. During meetings with the IDB, BPL was made aware of one of their programs that provided to governments only the opportunity to hedge fuel at nominal transactional fees. After conducting the necessary investigation and comparisons, it was clear that the use of the IDB through the Government of the Bahamas, GOTB, provided many advantages, including 1, access to the market, 2, excellent credit rating, AAA, 3, a balance sheet that could guarantee that forward contracts could be executed, 4, establish international swaps, derivative association agreements with more than 50 agreements in place, not to be put in place. These agreements are needed to provide legal and credit protection for parties who enter into over-the-counter derivative transactions. Unless in place, these agreements can take months to establish. 5, less reputational risks to the Government of Bahamas, since IDB exercises the role of honest broker, seeking the best prices for the Bahamas by leveraging its AAA rating. 6, ability to use provisions in existing flexible financing facility loans and leverage IDB's oil specialist system and technology. 7, premium payments to the IDB can be structured to be paid in installments during the hedging period, while if executed with the market, premiums would need to be paid up front. This enables BPL to manage its cash flow so that the payments to the IDB match the collection of the bill fuel charges monthly. 8, IDB services have been provided at a fee of 0.1% of the quantity hedged times the spot price of fuel for the month, a fee that is considered notional and well below what other third parties would normally charge. In summary, the Government of Bahamas' existing loan agreements with the IDB provide for BPL to leverage IDB's AAA rating and eliminate an ISD agreement with banks a far more competitive rate than if BPL had proceeded with the original plan to directly engage a bank third-party vendor to deliver this service. To be clear, our agreement with the government indicates that BPL is responsible for all fuel hedging-related expenses. We are not aware of any other changes or fees that the government must pay in order to support this program, which has been confirmed by the IDB. Strategy, structure of hedge is sufficient. We just read that. The hedge strategy at BPL is formulated, not to be formulated, is formulated around having a 5-year forward-looking program that is governed by certain hedge parameters, while at the same time taking advantage of any steep decrease in the oil market, as we have seen recently in the summer of 2020. After the pandemic, Madam Speaker, prices went up and not down. Below are the current hedging parameters, and it sets it out. Year 1, 65% to 90, year 2, 35 to 80, 3, 25 to 50, 4, 15 to 40, 5, 10 to 35. Given the low price of fuel during the initial stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was strategically important to BPL and its customers, 1, to buy low, and 2, to purchase as much as we financially possibly, I suppose I should say possibly could. A word is missing. Realizing that pre-pandemic, the oil prices were averaging in the mid-$60 range. IDB, once engaged, went to the market and provided BPL with pricing options, of which a strike price of $40 and a premium of $8.99 for an all-in cost of $48.98. 99 cents was the most favorable in both the oil and premium costs. It should be noted that at an all-in cost of $48.99, BPL saw losses as the price of oil on the open market was less than the all-in cost, so they lost in the first instance. However, understanding the strategy was not to beat the market but to provide fuel price stability, BPL executed the hedges, not has to execute it, executed the hedges, and today is seeing the huge benefits given the price of oil on the open market, which as of today is at $85 per barrel. Hence, to prevent large movement in fuel charges, timely fuel hedges are executed. These periodic purchases provide layering of the hedges that will result in a smoothing effect to the fuel charges to consumers over time. The execution of hedging contracts linked to oil market development. The execution of contracts is based on quotes obtained from the markets by the IDB and passed on to BPL. The options have a strike price, and with each strike price is a corresponding premium that is paid along with the transaction fee to IDB. For clarity, the strike price of an option is the agreed price to purchase the commodity. The premium is the cost to purchase the commodity at the strike price. For the period 1st August 2020 to 31st of January 2022, I'll repeat that hedge is the 31st of January 2022. BPL has hedged, past tense, just under 90% of its fuel at the strike price of $40 per barrel for a premium of $8.99. In essence, we have locked in this fuel at $49 per barrel. Below is an example of the September 2021 settlement between BPL and the IDB, and the maths is set out. And then it goes on a monthly basis, BPL continues to buy its oil needed at market prices and charges this to fuel expense. Simultaneously, BPL receives funds from the IDB arising from the hedge that it applies to reducing the monthly fuel expense. The total cost of fuel is then calculated and recovered from the customer based on the kWh consumed. Below is a summary of all the monthly settlements transactions since the inception of the fuel hedging program. The numbers up to September 2021 are actual. October 2021 is based on the month-to-date price. And for November to January, we used $8 per barrel. The following positives are realized. As seen in Table 1 below, up through September 2021, BPL and its customers have benefited by a reduced $30 million fuel costs over the past 13 months. It is estimated that January 2022, the savings amount will be $55 million. The reduction in fuel hedge costs through hedging has also reduced the demand for U.S. dollars. And then when they say looking forward, looking ahead, BPL currently has the following contracts in place. Trade date, year-end 2022, June 2022. That hedging contract is in place according to this letter. Then there is a year-end June 2023. According to this letter on page 4, that hedging contract is in place. According to this letter, year-end June 2024, that hedging contract is in place. And then it goes on, although the hedge contracts do not align with the fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th, Table 2 was adjusted to reflect the percent hedge based on the fiscal year. As a result, we have the following. BPL is 77% hedged at $50.42 through June 30th, 2022. BPL is current tense, 57% hedged at $53.09 through June 30th, 2023. And BPL is 31% hedged at $53.83 up to March 2024. BPL have not hedged beyond March 2024, and this is why, because they say why. They're not hedged beyond them pending negotiation and construction of the LNG plant. They never tried to build an LNG plant, by the way. We believe that the all-in cost of $50 to $54 a barrel is well positioned considering the current cost of fuel is over $80 per barrel in future markets that hold oil costs at $70 or above during the period. And then they talk about the fuel charge and rates. They just explained the fuel charge rate, the tariff rates. They talk about renewable implications. And then the summary. To summarize BPL's hedging exercise, BPL has pursued and demonstrated a prudent approach to hedging through the IDB relations with the government of Bahamas. BPL has been able to enter a market that on our own would not be possible, given our credit standing or resources to meet the qualifying criteria. And the transaction fee payable to IDB is considered a notional cost and considerably below the estimated charge of any third party. Other bullet customers and the foreign reserves of the country has benefited from reduced fuel costs. All fuel costs are passed through the customers. The resulting gain from the hedge program have all gone to reduce fuel charge and in return the fuel charge to customers. The hedge program has had no impact on the profits of BPL. In fact, because fuel is a pass-through, it should never be considered a revenue stream. It should never be considered a revenue stream that contributes to the company's profits. Finally, hedging is a complex subject, and no doubt there are a variety of products and strategies that can be employed. While we are confident that we have been prudent in our approach, we would welcome input and happy to discuss it says R8, not sure what that's supposed to be, a general overview of the thoughts that went into the implementation of this program, how the program works, and the result to date. No request to approve anything. Everything is saying the hedges are executed and is to a point.
Yes. Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown read the vast majority of six pages. That's correct? Yes. Madam Speaker, in reading the majority of 6 pages, here is 8 lines. Here are 8 lines, madam, only 8 lines he refused to read into the record. Below is a summary of all the monthly settlement transactions since the inception of the fuel hedging. No, you didn't. You missed it. I know. I'm sure it was unintentional. It's page 3. It's on page 3. Let me. No. Here's what you didn't read. You didn't read. As can be seen, and I can make it less than 8 lines. As can be seen in table 1 below, up through September 2021. BPL and its customers have benefited by a reduced 30 million fuel costs over, no, you did not, over the past 13 months. You didn't read it. No, you didn't read it. I'm sure I didn't fall asleep only in that section. So it says benefited by a reduced 30 million fuel costs over the past 13 months. It is estimated that by January 2022, the savings amount will be 55 million. This reduction in fuel oil price through hedging has also reduced the demand for US dollars from the foreign reserves of the country. So my point is, you've just read into the record. Yeah, I think you read it privately. I don't remember hearing it publicly. All I'm saying is, you just made the point that the hedge program did in fact save costs of $30 million. That's what you just read.
Madam Speaker, what I read was what I read is what Mr. Hasty wrote. And what one must remember is that we don't vouch for the veracity of this. I read this because the one thing it does not do is ask Minister Sayers to do anything. Didn't ask him to continue with any hedge. It told him that the program was implemented and this is in place. That is what this letter does. Now, we do not accept the veracity of this letter. We still haven't had a clear answer to how the engine burned down under this board, but we do not accept the veracity of this. But what this does not do is ask anybody to do anything. In fact, what it tells the minister is your hedge through 2025. And you have to go back then and decide what you do in 2025 after negotiations and after you build your LNG plant. Well, we're getting around to building the LNG plant now, right? Something that they clearly did not do, although their board was recommending it. Yet more talk, no action.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'll leave this point only by saying I would be more than happy to, one, read, two, lay the series of emails that have gone to, and let me just mention all of the persons who's gone to, that ask. This is one component of a package made available to the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, and the member for Fort Charlotte. Both of them, and this is but one of the documents, and I've laid multiple documents before. So let me just tell you some of the persons who are in copy, asking exactly for them to continue the hedge. That's exactly what it was. So don't say nothing was asked. It is not true. It is not true. And so here are the persons. Here are the persons that were copied: Whitney Hasty, Samantha Roll, Cora Colebrook, Emma Folks, and then of course we have a member that is in the House from South Beach who's also a part of that. So the point I want to say to the public, since I know what your agenda is that the government was asked to continue the hedge program by making sure that they met the deadline of 2022. The government failure to actually meet the deadline caused the hedge not to be executed and for prices to go up due to the fluctuation in the market, and that's what happened. And that is what happened. That's what the point was. That's what the point is. And I'll lay them again. I'm going to lay them again.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
It was represented that this letter said something that it did not say. Once he brings the other letter, Madam Speaker, we read, and we will read it. And so we're not overly concerned with what he thinks the document says. I invite him to lay it.
Thank you, honourable member.
But your leader asked him to read it. Excuse me. Right there.
The chair ordered that the documents be brought up.
Yeah, no problem. I don't have a problem with you reading them, bro.
Why I was trying to spare you from that document?
No, you spared me, I appreciate that.
Yeah, not much. Yeah,
But it was the voice point of order in the history of the parliament.
Order the document to lie at the table.
In the Western Hemisphere.
You were tied with yourself
Thank you.
for second and third too.
Well, the members read a book.
Sorry, can I have my copies, please? Oh, okay, no problem. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
So after all of that,
That'll be broken back up.
after all of that, Madam Speaker, the fact remains, Madam Speaker, that what the rolling hedge required from the government, they did not do, Madam Speaker.
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And because they did not do it, the Bahamian people had to suffer through upwards of 163% increase on their light bill because this government was negligent, Madam Speaker. And that is the reality, that the Bahamian people suffered then, and they continue to suffer with these increased light bills, Madam Speaker.
A new delay.
Madam Speaker,
I give you the document that say that.
in fact, Madam Speaker, since 2021, Electricity bills have soared by nearly 100% under this government, Madam Speaker. And this information, Madam Speaker, is based on official BPL fuel charge data. For households using less than 800 kilowatt hours, fuel charges rose from 10 cents to 17.4 cents, a 74% increase. For those using more than 800 kilowatt hours, the increase was even worse, Madam Speaker, rising to 21.4 cents, a staggering 114% hike, Madam Speaker. You cannot, Madam Speaker, no matter what amount of eloquence, and I say again, verbal gymnastics this government tries, if you ask the Bahamian people, if you walk to this gallery and you ask the Bahamian people, persons who may be in the gallery, have their light bills gone up and have they really seen the relief since this government has been in office, they will tell you no.
Why don't you try it?
They will tell you no, Madam Speaker. Right, Madam Speaker?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Elizabeth.
I'd like to read into the record from the Station A report, which I tabled maybe 2 years ago, where the Station A report said, in the first instance, the 10.5 cents fuel charge implemented in June 2020 was predicated on the following. Firstly, the Station A engines providing substantially more energy produced than they did for the period. Secondly, the units were to operate on at least 60% HFO and 40% ADO. However, the units operated on 25% HFO and 75% ADO in calendar year 2020, 32% HFO and 68% ADO in calendar year 2021, and approximately 50% HFO and 50% ADO in calendar year 2022. So that shows you they did nothing to improve the state of the plant, as I said when I spoke on why their hedge failed. And you will note, based on the percentages, that the percentages for HFO improved in the year 2022. And it's still improving.
Thank you, honourable member.
The rest of y'all didn't understand.
So, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker. So, despite what the government articulates and gives off, Madam Speaker, we continue to see the challenges, Madam Speaker, in this particular part of the Bahamian way of life, Madam Speaker, and this government's policy as it relates to energy distribution, power distribution in the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Monday, February 2nd, 2026. No, man. Power struggle erupts at BPL.
Look here, energy.
Power struggle erupts at BPL. Bahamas Grid Company distances itself from blame an island-wide outage, right? Island-wide outage, right? Island-wide, so New Providence in darkness, but yet they say all is well. Yes. So all of we was in darkness, Madam Speaker.
They have generators.
Right, Madam Speaker? Yeah. So the Bahamas Grid Company, Madam Speaker, Bahamas Grid Company, Madam Speaker, in response to that, I will read, Madam Speaker. It isn't 6 pages like the honourable member. It said, good morning, New Providence. First, we want to acknowledge that we regret to see so many folks without power today. Please know that we have all our BGC crews, Power Grid Company crews, in the field since last night, working hard to restore power to all of New Providence. As for your questions on restoration, timing, and why the power went out so extensively, like many of you, we are also trying to find out more information from BPL now. I read that again. Wow. As for your questions on restoration timing and why the power went out so extensively, like many of you, we are also trying to find out more information from BPL right now. It's safe to say, Madam Speaker, that they were in the dark too, right?
Of course, yes.
Unfortunately, for reasons unknown to BGC, the BGC team had been denied access to New Providence Control Center by BPL management since last week, January 27th. Despite it being BGC's contractual right to jointly manage in the control center, as a result, only BPL was in the control center last night to be able to try to assess and mitigate the outage effects in New Providence. Our hope is that by getting more information from BPL right now, because we in the dark, my words, we can shorten the duration of this outage and also assist in the prevention of major disasters in the future, as was the intent of the public-private partnership. As always, during these restoration efforts, please feel free to DM us here. Please have a safe day. So, another situation, Madam Speaker, where chaos and incompetence, Madam Speaker, left the island of New Providence in complete darkness, and based on what Bahamas Grid Company said, it could have been avoided.
Yes.
If not have been avoided, definitely the duration.
Would have been shorter.
Definitely the duration would have been shorter, Madam Speaker.
When
So,
Davis locked chest out of the Grand Lucayan deal.
yes, we remember that too. We remember that too. He was supposed to be the guru.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be the guru.
All came out.
He was supposed to make sure the hotel was sold. And then he went quiet. And then the member for Cat Island said, watch it, I gotta do this. I gotta fix this. I gotta take care of this. Huh?
Even he tell him.
So, Madam Speaker, so despite the government's iteration and utterances, the Bahamian people are not fooled, Madam Speaker. They are not fooled, Madam Speaker. And so recently, again, when the announcement was made by the government about the whole cabinet was going down to Grand Bahama, the whole cabinet was going down to Grand Bahama, right? That's what they said.
Yes, sir.
To announce this major deal, Madam Speaker, and got the people in Grand Bahama, right, got them excited, Madam Speaker. It wasn't quite like the sale of the hotel where they had the party and the junk canoe and they break down one window and eventually fix the window again and fix the window back, Madam Speaker. It wasn't quite like that. They ain't quite gone that far.
120 million in the
But they took, you know, when you take the cabinet of the Bahamas to a place to make an announcement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat,
You should
Madam
only
Speaker,
serve water.
as I take
That's where it went south.
my seat,
You should only serve water. at that
as I take
festival.
my seat, I'm glad that
hotel.
I'm glad that the Prime Minister is here.
But look at God.
Cat Island, Rum Cay, and St.
Turned
Salvador.
water into wine.
Madam
$120
Speaker,
million spill.
I'm glad that the Prime Minister is here. I will end where I started, because it seems as though the member for Freetown continues to be dismissive as it relates to these gratuities for members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. So we beg you, Prime Minister, we beg you, because it seems to the persons who are concerned about their gratuities that the member for Freetown is not being diligent in addressing this. That the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, they stopped me during Junior Junk Canoe.
Stop us all the time.
All the time, but particularly most recently me, they stopped me at Junior Junk Canoe. But, right?
Yeah.
All right? And they said, please, Mr. Cartwright, they said, please, make noise, because we want to get paid. So, thank you, Madam Speaker, and so as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, so we say, Madam Speaker,
No.
pay the police. Prime Minister,
Thank you.
Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, I'm just finishing up, Madam Speaker.
No.
Prime Minister,
No.
the nurses want to be paid. Y'all pay the police and pay the nurses.
Chair recognizes
Madam
the
Speaker.
honourable member
Pay the police and pay the nurses.
for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
You want to pull it right?
Ma-
Get on the road, you want to pull it right? You just an MP, man. You something.
Madam Speaker, I don't wish to suggest that St. Barnabas is being untruthful, but I invite him to send me the name of any police officer who has retired recently and has not been paid their gratuity. I've said earlier in this time, Madam Speaker, that the only matter I know of was a matter that went to court and was decided by Madam Justice Ruth Bo Darville. Now, if there is another matter, he is free to advise me. Just as I've said in the press, the Correctional Services Association come to us. The Defense Force comes to us. The Police Staff Association do not. And so I invite any policeman who has an issue to address it directly to the ministry because they're not being represented by their staff association.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Garden Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I commence my contribution to this resolution, I would like to pay respects to 3 families who would have lost their family, lost loved ones during this month. I would like to give condolences to Adrian Fritz family, to the family of Ida Mae Seymour, and to retired Superintendent Cedric Bullitt. Madam Speaker, it is my uttermost honor to rise in this place as the elected member for Garden Hills, a constituency I do not simply represent, but one I know, one I lived, and one I love. Madam Speaker, I do not need a map. I do not need a GPS. And I certainly do not need directions to find Garden Hills 1, 2, or 3. Or any other community that comes under the Garden Hills constituency. Madam Speaker, I know the streets. I know the people. And I know the families. And more importantly, the people know me. I have walked these roads for years, not just at election time, but in ordinary moments, in times of celebration, in times of loss, and in times when people simply need someone to listen. That is what service looks like. It is not seasonal. It is not symbolic. It is not convenient. Madam Speaker, every time I rise in this honorable house, I do so with respect for the people we serve and the responsibility we carry. Because the decisions made to address pressing issues in this place do not remain here. They reach into homes, businesses, schools, and community across our country. Energy reform is one of those issues. It shows up in the electricity bill at the end of the month. It shows up when the power goes out in the middle of the night. And it shows up when a small business has to close early because the lights will not stay on. Far too long, Bahamians have been paying too much and receiving too little in return. We are the administration that will change that. Madam Speaker, the side opposite spoke often about energy reform during their time in office. They spoke about plans, strategies, and intentions. They made promises about lower bills and greater stability. However, the lived experience of Bahamians told a different story. Electricity bills remained high. Power outages continued. Of course, these issues cannot be fixed overnight, but it's also difficult to see what steps they took to fix these problems. Their results did not match their rhetoric. Of course, the issue was never a lack of promises and speeches. They had a lot of those. The issue was a lack of delivery. There was the hedge that never delivered. There was the engines that never worked. There were the reforms that never rolled out. All rhetoric and few results. So yes, a fuel hedge was put in place, but the engines needed to benefit from that hedge were not working. The results was that savings remained theoretical and never reached the Bahamian people. A plan that looked good on paper failed because the system was not ready to support it. Madam Speaker, you cannot protect consumers from fuel prices if the engines are not working. It sounds so simple, but there were some on the side opposite who seemed unable to grasp this simple fact. Madam Speaker, that is where the contrast between past and the present becomes very clear. The FNM announced solutions before fixing the foundation. This administration fixed the foundation before announcing solutions. The FNM made promises without repairing the systems. This administration repaired the systems before making promises. The FNM focused on intention. This administration focused on execution. That difference matters because Bahamians can't pay bills or buy groceries with intentions. They need results. Madam Speaker, this Davis-led administration chose a different path from the very beginning. We began with structure, policy, and planning. We passed modern laws that allow energy reforms to actually take place. We adopted a national energy policy that sets direction and accountability. We understood that energy reform cannot be rushed and cannot be improvised. It must be built carefully and deliberately if it is to last. Madam Speaker, as Minister responsible for youth, sports, and culture, this is personal to me. I joined this administration because I want to leave a better Bahamas for our youth than the one we met when we entered office in 2021. Initiative by initiative, reform by reform, we are making progress. And I do believe that the Bahamas of today is far better than the Bahamas of 2021. Whether we are talking about the economy, jobs, the amount of free opportunities available for young people to get training, our record-breaking tourism numbers, upgrades by the international agencies, the removal from the blacklist, and many other major accomplishments. But as great as all that progress has been for this nation, it is not enough. Our people deserve even more. And energy reforms represents one of the most critical areas where we must continue to deliver. Our young people deserve better than instability. They deserve a country that works. They deserve systems they can rely on. They deserve leaders who fix problems rather than explain them. That belief is at the heart of this administration approach. And under this administration, Bahamians are beginning to see change. Under this administration, Bahamians are beginning to see real results, backed by real numbers. Madam Speaker, in 2025 alone, consumers received more than $11 million in direct relief through targeted electricity rate support. And 1 in 5 residential consumers paid no base electricity charge during that year. Power outages have been reduced by more than 40% in key areas as grid repairs and maintenance were carried out. Emergency generator rentals that once cost the country about $24 million every year are now being phased out instead of expanding. These improvements did not happen by accident. They are the results of deliberate planning, disciplined execution, and the focus on delivery rather than announcements. Madam Speaker, this is multi-general work. Energy reform is not about one term in office. It's about the next generation. It's about what kind of country we leave for our children and their children. Will they inherit a system that barely works or a system that supports growth? Will they inherit instability or will they inherit reliability? We are answering these questions with these resolutions before us that will aid in securing the funding that we need to ensure that the work rolls out seamlessly. Bahamians ain't trying to hear excuses anymore. They just want to see the work. If we say we're going to deliver, then we must deliver as promised. But you know something, Madam Speaker? We have no problem with that level of accountability. Unlike our predecessors, we've invited accountability. And I'm honored to be a part of an administration delivering this great change. You cannot empower young people in the dark. You cannot build strong communities without stable systems. You cannot uplift a nation without reliable infrastructure. Energy matters because people matter. Madam Speaker, and it is the people who will benefit when this new energy era is fully rolled out. Energy reform goes to the heart of whether the systems we rely on actually work. It determines whether families can afford to keep the lights on at the end of the month, or whether young people grow up in a country that functions the way it should. This administration understands that energy reaches into every part of our society. It affects homes, schools, businesses, and community spaces. It shapes opportunity, stability, and public trust. The work being done today is focused on building a system that lasts. It involves fixing what was broken, strengthening what was neglected, and ensuring that progress delivered now does not fade tomorrow. People are not asking for perfection, but they are asking for real progress. We intend to deliver that progress. This administration is moving carefully and responsibly. With the future clearly in view, we are committed to making sure the system we depend on can support our people and our economy. We are keeping the lights on to power our future and to demonstrate to Bahamians that we can still accomplish big things. Progress does not have to come in small steps, but still arrive in leaps and bounds. And the government can still deliver for the Bahamian people. That is the vision before us, Madam Speaker. That is the work we are doing, and that is the future we are building together. Madam Speaker, Garden Hills supports this resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini.
Be very brief. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Could I have some water?
Chair
please?
recognizes the Honourable
Shot.
Member for Kalani.
Shot. Could I have some water, please? I'll be very brief today, Madam Speaker. 2 minutes. Madam Speaker, before I get into the bill, I want to deal with some constituency matters. You're not going to distract me. According to the central bank, and I want you to listen very carefully. According to the central bank report, the Bahamian economy grew close to 3% in 2025.
is expected to remain above its medium-term potential in 2026. Let me personally congratulate the government and Minister of Finance for that report from Central Bank. Especially in light of no Irma, in light of no Dorian, and in light of no pandemic. But, Madam Speaker, since there were no obstacle or no catastrophic events, just a smooth ride, and they claim that there's money, my constituency is listening to me, and we are wondering why the seawall opposite Nesbitt has not been done. You have money. You have money. We need the seawall. West Bay Street is compromised. Any bad weather, there is problems. I am launching for my constituency now, because you're not going to bring Robin, you're going to bring Robin Hood, whoever. I don't care whoever. These are matters that would have been there before. I know that there were legal issues previously, and that was the delay. My understanding is the legal issues has been resolved, and therefore the seawall, check it, Prime Minister, it's been resolved, and the seawall should be done. Why is our Goodman's Bay Park still not dealt with appropriately? The problems that I complained about, cars racing throughout, still happens today. Our roads, you have money. If you have money, why is our roads in Bahama West not being repaired properly? The roads in the South Ocean Boulevard not being repaired properly. The roads in the Nico apartment and East Devonshire have not, you have money, according to the Central Bank. Where is the money? Kalani pays their taxes, so we're asking for our share. We need proper drains in the Highland Terrace area, Acadia Street. And why is the Frank Watson Highway properly drainage not introduced? Because once there's any degree of rain, it is totally impassable. Madam Speaker,
far from the gates, you know.
as there are monies available, I will continue to ask for these things. Now, Madam Speaker, I just want to say again, there were certain sectors that was removed from the Kalani constituency, especially those in the South Westridge area, Kalani Shores, Emerald Coast, and quite a number of divisions in that area. I would have made commitments and promises to those subdivisions. I am a man of my word, and I want them to hear that even though they have been moved away from me, I will continue because they are still a member of the family. And the park that was promised will continue. Now that park, who's Owen? That is now in his constituency. That is now in the St. James constituency, but it's St. James, eh? But I will still handle certain factors in there. But Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Kalani constituency to contribute to the natural gas-related borrowing resolutions before this honorable chamber. The cost of electricity in our economy affects the cost of all goods and services. It affects every household and it affects every business. With there still being deep cost living problems in our country, discussions of electricity cost is a sensitive issue for Bahamians. And last summer was another painful, frustrating, and difficult experience for our people. Many people had to go into their savings to pay their bills. Electricity is not something people can go without. Sky-high electricity bills remain a burden, even though they have come down during the cooler months. In many instances, the electricity bill was like another mortgage or car payment, taking hard-earned money out of the pockets of the Bahamians. Hard choices had to be made between paying the electricity bill and paying for other essentials such as grocery and medicine. Despite many pledges, the cost of electricity has remained high during their watch. This is especially so in the peak summer months. The PLP promised a new hospital in New Providence and a new airport in Grand Bahama. My position still remains the same with respect to the new hospital. I think drugs are essential, medication essential, beds are essential, supplies, equipments are essential, and individual's mental state is most important. Medical staff, both nursing and doctors, have left the hospital not because of salaries, but because of working conditions. My last son is a physician who has gone off now to specialize. And he had stepped down from his employment at the Princess Margaret Hospital. And I asked him, why has he quit his job? Are they not paying you sufficient money? And he said to me, no, Daddy, money is not the issue. You cannot work under such stressful conditions when you sometimes cannot find syringes to take blood. You diagnose things, but you can't give individuals medication. See, I'm leaving to maintain my mental state, and many physicians are leaving for that reason. Health, education, and security should never be a political issue. We must all work together to improve that. Because one day, we will end up in that hospital. But we need the equipment and the supplies. Minister, all I say, you and I have difference of opinion about the new hospital. But you and I want the best for our people. I think that is the wrong choice at this time. I think you should concentrate on trying to maintain the mental states and environmental conditions that our people are working.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
I must admit that at one particular time you sat where I sat, or where I'm sitting today, and the issues that you speak about were there at your time, and they're there at my time. The point that I want to make today is that over the last 4 years, I have traveled and I've been in contact with many of my ministerial colleagues throughout the region and by extension around the world. The issue associated with this new pandemic of chronic non-communicable diseases is affecting all of the countries. And it's getting worse, which means that the demand on our tertiary healthcare facilities is going up and up. Like Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and now some parts of Barbados, all of us have the same manpower issues, and they're all building tertiary healthcare facilities that will help us. God forbid we have another pandemic. The Princess Margaret Hospital is not equipped to handle any form of mass infectious disease, and we would be confronted in the same situation you were confronted in, whereby you could not even take care of sick people because you focus on the pandemic. Everyone in the region is constructing new state-of-the-art facilities so that we can prepare ourselves, God forbid, another pandemic come in. But I want the Bahamian people to know that even though there may be challenges at the Princess Margaret Hospital, we are addressing those challenges one step at a time. And far as the renovations are concerned, it's an old structure built in the 1950s, and we are chasing the wind as far as the maintenance component is concerned. The future is new construction, but we must learn to walk and chew gum at the same time. And so we intend to build this facility by way of Chinese resources, and it does not affect what is budgeted for the Princess Margaret Hospital, other tertiary institutions, as well as the clinics.
Thank you very much, Minister. I want to go back to my opening statement. The Bahamian economy grew close to 3% in 2025 and expected to remain above its medium-term potential in 2026. You have money. You brag about the money. Therefore, you can pay your bills, etc. The question again, where did the money go? I'm only reading a report. You have money. Where did it go? Madam Speaker, I only want to say to the Minister that the success of healthcare and patient care, the success of our health system can be graded and determined by the number of beds that are required. If the number of beds requirement continues to increase, it means that our healthcare system has failed because our people are becoming ill. We're not preventing the sickness. They're becoming ill and requiring tertiary care. The number of beds are continuously rising, and therefore we have to look at why, and put that at the knees. Our healthcare system has failed. It has failed each and every one of us, and that's why I say it cannot be political. Our people need proper health care.
The member for Galani has made a valid point. I am a reasonable person. I'm sitting where you sat. You know the challenges. All ministers of health who have had the opportunity to be in this position understand that there's no quick fix to the system. These fixes require brick and mortar. But I agree with you. We can do a better job in universal primary health care, and we must do a better job in providing services at our tertiary health care institutions. I am fully aware. We all know that this is a 24-hour job. You don't sleep when you sit in this chair. And we are constantly in contact with people who are suffering in the system and people who need care immediately.
Member for Tall Pines. No. Thank you. Member for Tall Pines. As I would have shown earlier, it has been said that this is the worst that it's been. No, let me ask the question, legitimately. The worst it's been in 22 years. So what has happened that the doctors would say that this is the worst that it's been in 22 years?
Well, I had the opportunity, I almost say Marco City, I said Barnabas, to read the article in the newspaper as a result of an interview via a talk show host. The President of the Union gave her opinion, and everyone's entitled to their opinion. But if you read the body of the report, she has indicated that the incidence of chronic diseases is so far proliferated that the funding for healthcare supersedes its budget. Now, the Minister for Kalani, the Member of Parliament for Kalani knows that as a cabinet minister, every year you go and present your budget. You present a budget and you always come back short. That is the reality. Maybe you have not experienced it, and maybe one day you will.
He overspent.
And you will be in a position
He
to
overspent,
understand the pains of governance based on cutting a pie or cutting the dress to fit, cutting the cloth to fit the dress. The reality is, healthcare is an expensive business, and she made a valid point that Bahamians will have to come to the realization one day that it can be free. They're demanding more. And as you demand more, the demand on the public purse increase. And there's only so much resources you have. This is the reason why national health insurance is the future and the way for universal health care coverage in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We need a new modality of financing. What we are experiencing in the healthcare system now are the shocks. And a tsunami is coming if we do not find a new mechanism for funding for healthcare in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That is the reason I laid 5 pieces of legislation before the summer break that will lay the foundation necessary to put this thing in the right perspective and to be able to have the resources necessary to address the new pandemic in the Bahamas, which is chronic non-communicable diseases. My hospitals are consumed by pretty much the same people coming back and forth, simply because there is a breakdown in universal health coverage and integrated health services. So she had a right to speak her opinion, but read the body of the article. The other week, she also said doctors are leaving in droves. I don't know where she got that from. I know some doctors are leaving, but the last time I did an assessment, I know but no droves. The reality is healthcare is a challenging business, not only in this country, throughout the world, but more specifically in the region. You want me to tell you something? Despite the challenges I'm not speaking to St. Anne's, I speak into St. Barnabas. Yeah. I realize you wouldn't answer the question. I speak into St. Barnabas. St. Barnabas, despite the challenges we have, the healthcare system in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the best in the region.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you said you made a very important statement. And you said that health care cannot be free. And that is why, hold on, and that is why I said, health, education, and security must be beyond politics. You know it can't be free. I know it can't be free. All right? But if we make it political, when you say people have to pay, and then I'm on opposition, say, oh, no. People do not need to pay. The healthcare system cannot advance. We have to work together. But don't ask me to pay when my money go through a sieve and disappear. I want accountability. I want every cent to be accounted. And I don't want to pay, and 90% of what I pay go for employment. That will not correct the system. That's some of the problems that one can face. All the money go for paying staff. And if you're paying staff, Madam Speaker, let me carry on. Despite many pledges, PLP pledges, the cost of electricity has remained high during their watch. This is especially so in peak summer months. They promised a new hospital in New Providence and a new airport in Grand Bahama. Neither has been built. They promised big things on Grand Lucayan and Grand Bahama. They have failed spectacularly. The same broken promise behavior was the case with energy bills. big promises and big relations stunts, followed by little to no results. Bahamians of all political stripes agree that the electricity system in the Bahamas cannot continue as is. BPL collapsed financially and via its service capacity. This has been a long-standing challenge. Conceptually, Bahamians support the idea of reform. The Davis administration launched its version of energy reform. While we in the opposition agree that change is needed, we have been concerned about the secrecy surrounding various arrangements the government has gotten into. We wanted to know Madam Speaker, there's a flu going around throughout the U.S. and the Bahamas, and even after the flu is resolved, apparently the cough lasts for about 2 weeks after. And I'm in that 2 weeks phase. We want to know all the facts so that we could examine what really was to take place as part of the government's changes. However, there has been insufficient disclosure. There has not been enough transparency. Significant details remain outstanding despite many calls from the opposition and civil society for that information. As the Nassau Guardian said in an editorial as early as 2024, and I had to table those articles, quote, "We have no reason to blindly accept anything the Davis administration says about Bahamas Power and Light. It has made critical missteps with the entity, and the trust deficit is immense. The Davis administration has outlined several key reforms, including the building of utility-scale solar power in the Family Islands, the expansion of solar projects on New Providence, and the modernization of the electricity grid and transmission network through a partnership with Island Grid. The process through which these projects were awarded raises serious questions. The government has not provided sufficient details about the competitive procurement for these projects, and in some cases has had no public procurement at all." It went on to say,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Elizabeth.
Madam Speaker, 2 points I wanted to raise. I didn't want to interrupt, but then I just don't want to get lost in the conversation. Firstly, all of our Family Island projects, and I spoke about them earlier today, and I wanted to use the chart again to make sure it's clear, but every one of these Family Island projects that you see, which had microgrids with LNG, solar, and battery storage, every one of them went through a rigorous RFP process. Every one of them. The project that we're speaking about in Clifton, that was an RFP in 2018 or 2019 that was won and then stopped and forgotten and restructured. That's the same project. They won that bid. That's what we got from BPL. That was one that they'd already started spending their plans, planning. They spent over 20 million prior. That was already, that already went through RFP. When I tabled the documents at my budget, I tabled every one of the PPAs, so there's no secrecy under them. The Attorney General, there were certain portions of the other agreements still under negotiations. They provided an executive summary that shared some detail, and I don't know what secrecy. I also wanted to state that the shore power and the pipeline, these were under also rigorous RFP processes, every one of them. This shore power had about 40+ persons, many of which was from the United States that was seeking to place a bid, and the Bahamian group won that. Again, the pipeline had about 70+ companies viewing. There were 3 top contenders, one of them being a company from Trinidad, and a Bahamian group won. These are Bahamians that went in a competitive bid process and won. So I don't understand the comment about, yes, In my budget, June budget.
So it's coming from me. One thing we can all agree on is that BPL provides a poor, unreliable service at a high cost. Historically, I was sitting in front of my TV, just bought a TV. BPL had a surge, and my TV was knocked out. Up to the day, I have not been reimbursed. I did every Christ thing possible. And if I, at this level, did not get paid, God help the poor man who had their supplies knocked out too. You must change that system so that people can be reimbursed. That claims the Man, I complained in here. Check the records. I complained in here. Immediately after it was blown, I complained in here. You told me what needs to be done. The government. Listen, man, I already bought a new TV. There are surges. Can I resubmit my bill?
Yes, you can.
All right. Will I get paid this time? Jesus Christ,
Visit the claims department.
There are surges that damage equipment, costing residents and businesses. With government control of the entity, politics has gone into its decision-making and management. The Minister of Energy and Transport has previously said that BPL needs more than $1 billion to get back on track. That is more than $500 million to clear its debt and responsibility, and more than $500 million to upgrade its infrastructure. BPL has not thrived under state control. It is clear that a new way forward is urgently needed. The Bahamas needs to change the model at BPL and in the energy sector as a whole. We currently use significant amounts of dirty, heavy fuel for power generation. If you listen to me, you would note that I'm agreeing with the government in many aspects now. Just shut your mouth for a minute and listen. We should transition to natural gas and solar power as our two main sources of energy. Those transitions are underway. While natural gas is a fossil fuel, it is cleaner than the heavy fuel we use. Both natural gas and solar are quite affordable too. It is best to keep building solar and other renewable sources over time, which would make us increasingly energy independent. The less we spend buying energy imports, the more foreign currency we keep at home. These borrowing resolutions are related to starting up the country's transition to natural gas. I support the resolutions, just as I support the transition to natural gas. What I again call on the government to do is to fully publicize all agreements it has gotten into regarding its energy sector reform. We are in an election year. For the people to properly assess your work, they need to know what you have done or have failed to do. Thus far, we have some information about parts of the energy reform, but other information has not been forthcoming. Let the Bahamian people know the details of the deals, who are the partners, what are the contracts, how long they are for, what are the terms of all the contracts. In the 2021 election campaign, the PLP promised it would be accountable to the people. And as my colleague reminded you, in 2017, big headline, PLP promised free electricity. I'm still waiting for my free electricity. in this energy sector reform, that has not been the case. We are chasing details for this, just as we are chasing details for the Grand Lucayan. In that case, in Grand Bahama, an announcement was made as to what was supposed to happen with the hotel. Many months later, nothing is happening, and we cannot get a detailed and full statement from the Prime Minister as to why. His last statement regarding the redevelopment of the hotel was vague. It only added more confusion to the situation. The PLP's failure at transparency with the Grand Lucayan deal has shifted the mood in Grand Bahama. The people on the island want to support something that is workable. Now, months later, with the deal stalled, the people of Grand Bahama are even angrier with the PLP and the Prime Minister. They think the government announced a deal that was not a real deal. What was supposed to be a major positive for the PLP is now negative, with Grand Bahamians having lost trust in your administration. Madam Speaker, with the PLP's energy reform, we now also see in one of the newspapers that there's friction between BPL and the new company that was formed, Bahamas Grid Company, BGC. BGC was formed by the government and US-based Pike Corporation to control the transmission and distribution network on New Providence. According to the Nassau Guardian story on Monday, there was some friction between BPL and BGC over responsibility for the island-wide blackout over the weekend. The Guardian said it understands that the two entities have faced tensions ever since the Davis administration entered its agreement with Pike to take over the transmission and distribution system on New Providence. What is the basis for this friction? Why aren't the companies working together properly? These are yet more questions surrounding the PLP's energy reform process. The confusion of this process is now playing out in the newspaper. I warned the Prime Minister that just as the people of Grand Bahama are losing trust in his party over the lack of transparency regarding the Grand Lucayan, the same thing is happening to his energy reform process because of failure to fully disclose all the details. Madam Speaker, I've been moving about through the Kalani constituency door to door. And as I and my team go door to door, many residents, the majority, many residents tell me they've lost hope in both major parties. When people begin to feel unheard, perhaps it's time to move. Perhaps it's time for more independent-minded candidates to step forward as individuals willing to serve their communities without being controlled by party politics. I remind the PLP that this is the people's money that is making deals with, it is making deals with. The people deserve to be kept abreast with the details as the government proceeds with its initiative. No government has a right to hide the facts from the people. Transparency is owed to the people. The PLP has historically had difficulty with transparency. Each time the people voted out the PLP government, the issue of lack of transparency while in office was a major factor in the party losing the election. If the governing party keeps to its ways of not wanting to disclose this this version of PLP could suffer a similar fate at the next general election. Madam Speaker, Kalani supports the resolution to borrow this millions of dollars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini.
Yeah, I'll go in between you, yeah.
When she say, he's gonna go, yeah, one, and then
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am honored, Madam Speaker, to rise in this place on behalf of the great people of Long Island, my people, Madam Speaker, my own people, Madam Speaker, the people from whence I came, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, when they lose a shingle on their roof, I lose a shingle on my roof. Oh yes. When their car lose a tire or CV joint, my cars also on the bad roads lose tires or CV joints. Behave yourself, Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, I rise to represent the people from whom I have come, with whom I went to nursery, primary school, high school. Madam Speaker, I am honored, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, tonight I'm not going to allow Elizabeth to cause me to go much further. Madam Speaker, seriously, I am most privileged to rise here to represent the people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, I want to bring a few issues to the Parliament's attention in my constituency. Firstly, Madam Speaker, the DEO, the District Education Officer in Long Island, the Department of Education, we need a car there. The car at the office has fallen to pieces. The DEO has had to park the car because the car is no longer inoperable. So poor Ms. Rogers has to now drive her personal car to do the work of education throughout the island. So I call upon the Minister of Education and the member for Angliston to look into that, to ensure that the District Education Office and the District Education Officer is properly equipped with a vehicle so she could properly do her duties for the people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, I raised an issue in here a few weeks ago. I have privately raised it with the CEO of BPL, and of course I've also raised it with my colleague from Elizabeth, and that is the issue of street lights. Madam Speaker, we have a serious lighting issue on the island. There are many streets where the lights are blown and haven't been replaced, including right in front of my home and my direct area. And, you know, there's even though it's an island, there's also, you still have safety concerns. You know, they're elderly people. And so we would like for BPL to address the lighting issue. And Elizabeth, I'm sure, I know that you're a woman of action, so I'll rest that with you. Because, you know, it causes accidents, you know, You know, those corners come on you quick, and so you want to avoid accidents. You're thinking about personal safety. And so I think it's important that the issue of lighting, BPL lighting, replacing of blown lights is addressed. And Elizabeth, I'm going to send you a text later with some photos of in front of my home and that exact area, that immediate area, how that looks. But, you know, there's also some islanders who've complained to me about selective lighting. A light would be in front of a particular place, and then for a long time there's no light, and it's the same area, so that I encourage BPL to address that issue on the island. Madam Speaker, also with respect to the nurses, and I wish Tall Pines was here, because, you know, I love the nurses in Long Island. I appreciate them. However, I've gotten some concern expressed to me today and in weeks prior to now that nurses aren't visiting homes. There's some complaint about that. And so I don't know if it's an overtime issue. We know that there's been some overtime challenges, and you don't expect nurses to go there and work without being compensated, or if it's an issue of them not getting home visit monthly allowance. But whatever it is, I invite the member for Tall Pines to assist in addressing that, so that the elderly and persons in my constituency can have those home visits from the health personnel on the island. Madam Speaker, I rise to address, and I'm going to come to a couple other issues in my constituency a little later, but I rise to address two resolutions before this Honorable House, both asking, oh, not two, three, all asking this House, two of them asking this House to borrow $30 million in each instance, and then one asking the House to borrow $99.999 million. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to approve a stack of government-backed financial exposures of nearly $160 million, seemingly all tied to a single project, a single special purpose vehicle, and a single foreign lender. In one instance, Madam Speaker, $30 million, a performance letter of credit to Shell, another $30 million, a performance letter of credit to New Providence Gas Limited, and then, of course, $99.9 million, that is a revolving line of credit that is fully guaranteed by the government. So that's $160 million in contingent liabilities. So my first question, Madam Speaker, with respect to this is, why these resolutions, why didn't it presented together from the outset as a single exposure package? Why three resolutions? And then, of course, the question that arises is, there are many questions that arise, but one of them that arises would concern the commercial terms. You know, the resolutions reference, quote, terms and conditions that may be approved by the government. But we don't see any of those terms and conditions, so I asked, what are the drawdown figures, or the drawdown triggers, I should say, on these letters of credit? And are they callable on demand or only on a proven breach? And who determines fault? Is it Shell, New Providence Gas, or the Bank Santander? If is there a dispute resolution buffer, or can the guarantee be called before arbitration or litigation concludes? So the House is being asked to approve financial exposure without seeing the commercial mechanics that govern it, Madam Speaker. Then with respect to the revolving line of credit, clearly this is not a one-time facility. It can be drawn, repaid, redrawn, and escalated repeatedly over time, hence revolving line of credit. So I'm asking, what are the interest rates with respect to this? What are the margins? What are the fees? And is the government guaranteeing, what is the government guaranteeing? Is the government guaranteeing the principal only, or the principal, the interest, the penalties, and the default costs? Are there any financial covenants? And if they are breached, can Santander accelerate the full amount? These are questions that we are asking because, you know, government can't expect us to come in here and effectively underwrite a blank check. When it comes to the government carrying
100% of the credit risk, Madam Speaker. You know, the question is, if the government is going to carry 100% of the credit risk, why are the entities like Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, why would they be unable to secure financing without full sovereign guarantee? I'm talking about a full sovereign guarantee here. Why is there no equity injection instead of layered guarantees? So, and what is the risk sharing structure with Shell or New Providence Gas Limited? Risk is shared, Madam Speaker. So the risk can't merely be dumped entirely on the government. So I'm curious to know why we put ourselves in a bit of what I would call a weak bargaining position, weak bargaining leverage. Madam Speaker, what guarantees has Shell provided to the Bahamas? What financial security has New Providence Gas Limited put up? And are there any step-in rights or penalties or compensation if timelines or supply volumes or pricing commitments are breached? What happens then? Or is this just a case of the Bahamian taxpayer carrying the downside while the other parties retain flexibility and protection? And then, of course, why Santander? You know, we see the resolutions, all of the resolutions are for Banco Santander, a foreign institution. And so I'm curious, Madam Speaker, as to why them. Were any Bahamian or regional banks given the opportunity to participate? I'm curious. Was the deal structured offshore from the start? You know, because when it comes to sovereign guarantees, you know, I think these are things, especially guaranteed by the Bahamas, we'd like to know the answers to these questions. What happens, Madam Speaker, if the facility is fully drawn? Right? This revolving line of credit, if it's drawn to its limit, does it become direct public debt? I'm curious to know, does it? Will it require a supplementary appropriation? Which ministry would bear the charge? And how would this impact our debt to GDP ratios and credit standing? Has the Ministry of Finance produced a scenario analysis showing the fiscal impact of full utilization? Certainly, I have not seen it appended or attached to any of these resolutions. So we are being asked in some instances, or generally as relates to these queries I have, to approve what we have not seen. So, Madam Speaker, you know, in each of the resolutions, the three resolutions, is a recurring phrase, and that is, quote, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government. And so this means that, as it stands, Parliament has not seen the facility arrangements or agreements. We have not seen the guarantee instruments. We read the resolution, but we haven't seen the guarantee instruments. We have not seen the default clauses, so we don't know how that triggers. And we have not seen the termination provisions. Okay, so we're pretty much being asked to give a blank check as it relates to these resolutions. Having not seen that, we're here tonight being asked to approve, or this evening being asked to approve a liability, a major liability, $160 million. Madam Speaker, I agree. Energy reform is necessary, and I'm hoping that the member for Elizabeth and those ensure that Long Island gets our much-promised solar farm. I am hopeful that, and Elizabeth, you would know that we were recently, I was told last summer, when we were dealing with these outages, and every week we have to deal with outages in Long Island. Last time I was told by the gentleman who's in charge of the station in Long Island that we would have a brand new generator in November. We're heading towards another November, and we haven't gotten that generator, but we are dealing with power outages. So we'd like to know what happened to the generator that was promised, that apparently was being built in Louisiana. It's important, I think, for my people to get that so that we don't continuously have to incur frequent or weekly outages. 1 minute, power is going to be off from this part of the island for 8 hours, 4 hours, and then it's going to flip to the next side for X amount of time. And then, of course, you know, given the length of the island, and I'm sure you've heard that, you know, there's a need to install or have a power plant constructed further south, right, a substation further south. I think it's very important. We've heard about solar rising and meeting the solar, the 2030 solar, the treaty that we signed is related to that. And so I think it's important that if we are going to meet the provisions and our treaty obligations, we need to get a move on in terms of embracing on these islands solar, hydro. I don't ever talk about hydro a lot. Even wind power, I saw there's a place, I think it's called Over Yonder, and it's just a lot of wind turbines there powering that whole space. It's beautiful to see, you know. There's so much potential here. We got sun in abundance, wind on these islands, etc., waves, and so on. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I do not take what we do here lightly, and I do have those questions. I would seek full disclosure of the commercial terms. I think the Bahamian people deserve to know the full disclosure of the commercial terms, because we're just debating tonight the bare resolutions. We would like a full accounting of the total exposure as it relates to these resolutions. And I am certain the member for Exuma knows exactly what I'm speaking to. And of course, we'd like to see evidence of risk sharing, because the government can't be carrying all the risk and ain't getting all the benefit. If the government is carrying 100% of the risk and not getting 100% of the benefit, that is not a wisely negotiated position. Because if the government is 100% of the risk, and let's say get 40% of the benefit, I've never seen anything like that. Who negotiated that? Madam Speaker, I believe, Madam Speaker, the way forward is energy reform. I believe that we can improve what we have in the Bahamas by miles. We are really still living in the 80s when it comes to power, and the fact that we have not embraced alternative means of energy as we should. And so I would reserve support, Madam Speaker, until I could have answers to those questions that I've put in my contribution here tonight. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to raise also, and I wish the Minister for the Public Service was here tonight, the member for Golden Gates. We have a number of persons in Long Island who have been on the 52-week program from We Were in Power. They have received month-to-month letters, and they have not been confirmed in their respective positions. And I think it's important, Madam Speaker, that these people be given some job security, because they want to go to the bank and they want to take out loans and mortgages and so on. They want to know that if it comes to a point where they have to retire, that the years that they are working today would add to those years, as opposed to being 7, 8 wasted years. I spoke to a lady today, and she's been working for 8 years at a particular place in Long Island, and she has yet to receive her confirmation letter. So I think it's important that that is addressed, and I hope to speak to the member for Golden Gates offline, one-on-one, outside of this place, a little later on tonight. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I rest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Asmini. Chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andros.
And Mangrove Key, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to address this honorable House as I represent the strong, resilient, and great people of Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. I rise in full support of these resolutions and in strong support of the energy reforms it advances reforms that speak directly to the lived realities of the people I represent and to the future stability of our nation. Madam Speaker, energy is foundational to the national development. Reliable electricity supports economic activity, public services, and private investment across our islands. It underpins confidence, strengthens resilience, and enables communities to plan and grow with assurance. The Bahamas has experienced steady national growth over many years. Our population has expanded, our economy has diversified, and expectations for dependable service has increased accordingly. As demand rose, our generation, transmission, and distribution systems were stretched further each year. That reality reinforced the importance of building an energy system designed to support the Bahamas we are becoming. Madam Speaker, it is important for me to speak candidly about why this reform matters so deeply to me, to the people of Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros. In recent months, we've experienced serious power challenges, including major outages that disrupted daily lives and local economic activity. These issues were addressed in short term by dedicated technical teams who came in from the capital and provided much needed relief. I acknowledge and appreciate those efforts and also the efforts of the Minister for Energy, our Member of Parliament for Elizabeth. At the same time, Madam Speaker, short-term relief cannot be the final answer. The challenges we are experiencing point to a broader need for modern systems built for reliability, capacity, and growth. That is why I have been so committed to advancing these resolutions, to supporting the requests for proposals process, and to pushing energy reform forward with urgency and purpose. The people I represent deserve solutions that last. With that understanding, this government, working in close partnership with the Bahamas Power and Light, has embarked on a comprehensive and forward-looking transformation of the energy sector. This work is deliberate, structured, and national in scope. It addresses fuel supply, generation capacity, grid modernization, customer service, and long-term financial sustainability in a coordinated manner. Madam Speaker, a center pillar of this transformation has been the introduction of independent power producers through a carefully designed national process. In December 2023, the government launched a request for proposals inviting qualified partners to develop renewable energy, cleaner fuels, and modern microgrid systems across the Family Islands. This initiative supports our national objective of achieving 30% renewable energy by 2030, while strengthening reliability and reducing costs where they matter the most.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I move that the business of the House to continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, honourable member. Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For Andros in particular, Madam Speaker, these agreements represent a permanent solution. Power purchase agreements for North, Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros will meet the island's long-term energy needs through new power stations, integrating solar energy, battery storage, and LNG generation. These facilities will replace aging infrastructure and temporary rental units, improve operational safety, and deliver generation capacity well above current demand. This creates a platform for economic growth, investment, and opportunity, and it represents the largest energy investment ever made in Andros. Madam Speaker, this is why the RFP process and these resolutions are so important. The renewable energy and microgrid framework addresses the very issue my constituents are facing today. It moves us from short-term stabilization to long-term resilience. It replaces uncertainty with dependable infrastructure. It ensures that communities like South Andros, Mangrove Key, and Central Andros receive energy systems built for durability, efficiency, and growth. These investments are already producing measurable improvements. Grid upgrades in New Providence have reduced outage frequency and duration, including during major weather events. Smart grid technologies are improving systems, control, and responsiveness. Across the wider network, service continuity is improving as modern assets come online. Madam Speaker, financial discipline underpins every aspect of this reform. These measures support a utility capable of reinvesting in infrastructure, workforce development, and service improvement. Current projections indicate between $110 million and $130 million in earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization by 2029, demonstrating the long-term viability of this transformation. The benefits to consumers are direct. The equity rate adjustment delivered more than $11 million in savings during 2025. As LNG, renewable energy, and battery storage systems reach full implementation, consumers are projected to save up to $92 million annually in avoided fuel costs, saving that flow directly to electricity bills. Madam Speaker, international institutions have recognized the strength and structure of these reforms through improved credit outlooks and independent economic assessments. These acknowledgments reinforce confidence in the path we have chosen and the seriousness of which this Davis-Cooper administration approaches energy reform. The work continues with focus and resolve, led by our Minister of Energy, the Member of Parliament for Elizabeth. Progress is steady. Outcomes are practical and measurable. Agreement on this resolution allows us to move decisively from response to resilience and from short-term relief to long-term stability. Madam Speaker, this member for Central, Mangrove Key, and South Andros fully supports these three resolutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the constituents of St. Anne's, and my message today is that three lies don't become a truth. So, Madam Speaker, we all have heard and accept that two wrongs don't make a right, and my message today, again, is that three lies don't make a truth. We've heard from numerous members of the government side about a lack of plan, a lack of policy by the immediate former government administration, the Free National Movement, as regards to energy. But that is a bold-faced lie, Madam Speaker. That's lie number one. Three lies don't make a truth.
The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Member knows that's on parliamentary language,
It is on
Madam
parliamentary.
Speaker, please.
And I will have it stricken from the record.
What are we striking, Madam Speaker? Say untruth. Three untruths. Can I say are a lie? Is it calling someone a liar, or is it just using the word lie that's in the English language? Okay, so I can keep the message. My message is three lies don't make a truth. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with three lies don't make a truth. And the PLP has told three untruths in their debate contributions today. The first untruth is that the immediate former government administration, the Free National Movement, had no plan on energy. Now, Madam Speaker, the previous administration did in fact have a plan on energy, and that is evidenced by a number of the achievements under the last administration, and it's also documented in the press, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in the press on February 20th, this is actually carried by Eyewitness News, whose entity is beneficially owned by one of the Progressive Liberal Party's current candidates. On the 25th of February, 2019, it says, so 2019 would have been under the last F&M government, it says, F&M breaks ground in Grand Bahama for country's first solar plant. F&M breaks ground in Grand Bahama for the country's first solar plant. All right? And it reads, Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis says that one of his administration's key priorities is that 30% of the country's total electricity matrix should be comprised of renewable sources by 2030. The 30% renewable energy target by 2030 is an international commitment made by the Bahamas as a party to the 2015 United Nations Paris Agreement on Climate Change. So that is, as clear a day, a policy on energy, on renewable energy, a commitment made, a commitment announced. So the first untruth told by this current Davis-Cooper administration is that the past administration had no policy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Tall Pines.
I think St. Anne's is misleading this House. The solar plant in Grand Bahama was in collaboration with the Grand Bahama Power Company. It had nothing to do with the Free National Movement. And it was part of an energy policy that was put in place all the way back when the minister, Dorset, laid the policy. That's the beauty about institutional knowledge. I was around at that time, and so I'm fully aware that that was the Grand Bahama Port Authority and had nothing to do with the Free National Movement.
Thank you, honourable member.
I appreciate Tall Pine's eagerness to be a voice for Grand Bahama, but in the last election, he tucked tail and ran from Grand Bahama and ended up in Tall Pines.
Chair recognizes the honourable member.
I didn't run from Grand Bahama like how St. Barnabas is running from St. Barnabas to St. James. We lost the election. He was a sitting member of Parliament and left St. Barnabas and went to St. James. We lost the election miserably, and there was some economic situation in Grand Bahama that forced me, along with some family medical issues, to reside in New Providence. And so I run from nowhere. I don't run nowhere.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Fremont.
Only because the member for Tall Pines drew me in. Let me just be clear. No, I didn't say throw under the bus. I say you drew me in. Let me just be very clear. The Free National Movement, in all of its processes and its parts, has made the decision, Madam Speaker, for me to serve as the standard bearer in St. James. It continues right now to be an honour to serve as a member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Sedan.
Madam Speaker, Tall Pines acknowledged that a massive loss caused him to leave Grand Bahama, and a massive loss is soon to cause him to leave Tall Pines.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Sir.
Progressive Liberal Party lost the general election, and subsequently, I relocated to New Providence to deal with some personal issues with my family, medical issues, that went on for almost 6 years after that loss. Well, we'll see exactly what's going on, but I know well, I ain't in St. Anne's no more. I was in St. Anne's. I was thinking about you, and now that you made that statement, I changed my mind. No, but I have some people in St. Anne's.
Madam Speaker, I reiterate my message. 3 lies don't become a truth. Madam Speaker, so that is one untruth that I've identified. The last administration did have an energy policy which even the member for Elizabeth, the Minister of Energy, misled this honorable House during her contribution earlier today. The second untruth, Madam Speaker, that the PLP administration attempted to share and convince the public of today was that the last administration did nothing as far as energy, Madam Speaker. And that, again, is another untruth. Remember, my message today is that three lies don't make a truth. So the second untruth, Madam Speaker, that the PLP did was that they said the last F&M administration did nothing in terms of energy in the country. But here, a headline from December 7th of 2020. This is from the Office of the Prime Minister page, Madam Speaker. It says, Prime Minister Minnis breaks ground on site of third government-owned building to be retrofitted with renewable energy components. Third site, Madam Speaker, retrofitted with renewable energy components. And it's saying he broke ground on the site of a 500,000-watt solar-covered parking lot at the Office of the Prime Minister. This will be the third government-owned building to be retrofitted with renewable energy and energy efficiency components. The solar car park at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium was opened last March, and solar panels have been installed at the Anatole Rogers High School. The solar car park at the Office of the Prime Minister is one to be fully funded by the Governor of the Bahamas, said Prime Minister Minnis. So remember the message, Madam Speaker. Three lies do not make a truth. And Madam Speaker, this is the second untruth that the PLP has attempted to convince the public of today.
The chair recognizes the honourable member. I'm going to strike that three lies again.
Madam Speaker, is impugning the reputation of the government. And the honourable members on this side, I ask that he desist.
Madam Speaker, there is a stark difference between public opinion and the opinion of Exuma and Ragged Island, because I swear, if you go out on the street and you ask the majority of the persons that are out there working day in, day out, they will tell you the same thing I've been saying in this House about the character and the way this PLP administration behaves. So, Madam Speaker, that's three, Madam Speaker, three renewable energy components outfitted in government facilities. One, Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. Two, Office of the Prime Minister. And three, Anatole Rogers School, Anatole Rogers High School. Does this administration, Madam Speaker, not care for education, not care for high schools? Why would it neglect to be honest with the public and divulge to them that solar was put in not only in Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, not only in the Office of the Prime Minister, but also at Anatole Rogers High School? Why? Why? They attempted, Madam Speaker, to mislead the public today, and they did a very poor job of it, and they were very relaxed in misleading because it's all documented here in newspapers. All they had to do was look. All they had to do was read. We had the member for Freetown read 6 pages of a document today. They should have just done a little research beforehand, before making statements that are truly misleading.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamagra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member in his statements is grossly untrue and misleading, and not because the member purports that something was said in this House. The way he is saying it means that it's true. The member, no one says that the government, as a matter of fact, we said that the government had even a plan that they articulated, which included privatizing the power grid. So what he is purporting that was said on this side is being skewed. Is not being honest. No one ever said what he is saying. He is trying to change the narrative when we addressed that they had plans. They didn't have execution. They even tried to bring it beside putting up some solar panels. Some were never powered or whatever. They brought in engines. We spoke about how the engines that they brought were never online. We spoke about all of these were efforts that they made without putting in the proper infrastructure. So for him to suggest that something was said in here and he is naming it as untruth and attributing it to this government is in itself untrue and misleading. And the member should refrain and go in a different direction because his statements start on the basis of an untruth and he is going down this 1, 2, 3, which is just now adding to the pillow of untruths that you're of the. He is inaccurate. No one is saying that. We brought evidence. And some of this is theirs. This is laid on the table. This is their 2017 manifesto excerpt.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, the truth hurts a dishonest man. Oh, boy. Madam Speaker, so
we've asked him over and over to desist, Madam Speaker. This is an honorable place. He was elected by the people of St. Anne's to be honorable and decent in his utterances. To refer to an honorable member as dishonest is completely out of order, Madam Speaker.
It is. And I will have that stricken from the record as well. Honorable member.
Sorry. Here's Exuma's reprimand continuing. See, listen to that. Listen to that. That's unparliamentary.
That's unparliamentary.
You give, but you can't take. Madam Speaker, you indicating I can.
Please.
So, Madam Speaker, the first untruth, as I said, was the misrepresentation as to there being no policy in the last administration. That's a 30% renewable energy by 2030. Untruth by them. The second untruth was that the last administration did not do anything with regard to updating the energy grid. We all know about the Wärtsilä stations, Madam Speaker, and now we also know, Madam Speaker, about the solar plants at Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, at Office of the Prime Minister parking lot, and we know about them at Anatole Rogers High School.
Recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
An article in the paper and go and check to see if these things are in place. Please tell us where the solar panels are at the Office of the Prime Minister, please.
Yes.
Please tell us, because I'm there every day and I don't see any.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then we have this other, sorry, he wants me to go and do a bus tour now. I'm in the House of Assembly. I'm not going down to the Office of the Prime Minister to check on the. Hey, don't start yelling in the House. Don't start yelling in the House. Don't start yelling. Don't start yelling. Madam Speaker, don't start yelling. Don't play with who? Who you is, Yamakra? You ain't nobody. Go work out in the little gym and get
Honorable members. Listen.
Listen, all I'm trying to do is give my 30-minute contribution. Not here
We
from
don't need to
Exuma,
go
not
down
here
this
from-
road with all
Not
of
here from
this
Yamakra.
mudslinging, We don't need to do that. That is not honorable. It's not honorable. And we want people to line up and vote for this?
Madam Speaker, I have 30 minutes.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakra.
Madam Speaker, the member, again, the many members in this House have indicated that, it's not acceptable that we sit in this honorable place and proceed through parliamentary procedure to get business done when the member seemed to be loose in his submissions constantly, over and repeatedly. He said on his feet, the member for Yamakra is nobody. Well, Yamakra is watching. And this is the behavior. I knew it was going to go down this road. It is grossly inappropriate, okay? And, outside of these walls, you couldn't say something like that because I have some family members. I'm nobody. It's not this type of behavior that would be allowed anywhere else. And you said on your feet. So when no one has done that personally to you. It seemed like when we said that you were spewing untruths. We said that you were spewing untruths. You were accurate in your statements. You go down this nasty personal line where you're now calling people, oh, you are nobody and this and that. And that. Now it's come to that. What next would you call me in this honorable place? because it could be allowed here, right? But I'm telling you, check yourself. Check yourself, sir. St. Anne's.
So now the House is allowing point of order threats.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for examination.
Yeah, you threatened me.
The absolute nasty reference by Sinans to the member for Yamacraw must be withdrawn or expunged.
It will be
Madam
withdrawn.
Speaker.
Sorry, the road was Chester's point, and what was withdrawn?
Honourable member. No, listen.
All right, so let
Come
me
on,
have
no,
my
no,
30
no.
minutes.
You will get your 30 minutes.
Let me have my 30 minutes.
But don't be disrespectful while you're doing the 30 minutes.
When I said he was nobody, that's because from his seat, he threatened me. He said you could find out. He said you could find out. That was a threat, Madam Speaker. If you can't hear what he's saying from his seat.
I am hearing what he's saying.
I'm asking, I shouldn't even be interrupted from somebody on their seat.
But you shouldn't even be addressing him. You should be addressing the chair. Why are you
Madam
answering
Speaker,
him?
he's threatening me.
Threatening you?
He is threatening me.
He's threatening you. I didn't hear him
And he's
threatening
done
you.
it before,
I
Madam
heard
Speaker.
him stand to his feet and say he has family members who care about him.
That's when he stood to his feet. When he was on his seat, he was the one that provoked my response to him. I'm not intimidated by Yamacraw's threats, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the good member is... Again, I've never threatened a member. I have no need to. I have no need to threaten a member, right? No one in this House or the records could suggest that I threatened the member. By him saying it on his feet would suggest to the public that I would have threatened him. This is not true. It's false, and the member seems to have an idea in his head that he brings through in dialogue on his feet, and we cannot leave it on the record. We cannot leave it on the record, the things he's saying. I think, Madam Speaker, I think, in my personal opinion, I think the member knows exactly what he is doing. I think that the member knows exactly what he is doing and when he is doing it. So instead of him, if he suggested that I threatened him, no one else heard it, right? But I threatened him from his seat, and that caused him to stand on his feet and say, I'm a nobody, right? If he's suggesting that, then he could have equally responded from his seat if he felt that that was from his seat. He got on his feet, it was not true, and the member is grossly out of order. He is not withdrawing. Notice that he is up, and then he is saying whatever he have to say continuously without even saying, I have the decency to withdraw that. Maybe that was out of order. The member is grossly disrespectful. He is grossly out of order. I did not threaten the member, and if he accuses me of such, again, on his feet, I would ask for him to withdraw, Madam Speaker, for you to cause it to be withdrawn, and I would also ask for a committee on privilege on this matter because there's a breach of my privilege. This should not be allowed. This behavior in this House is deplorable.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, continue with my debate, which was...
I will withdraw the fact that you called him a nobody from your feet.
That I called him what?
A nobody.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So continuing with my debate contribution, this administration, Minister of Energy Elizabeth, in some instances Yamacraw, led the public to believe that the last administration had no policy on energy. Minister of Energy herself was the one to make that statement. I've shown the House, I've shown the public that in fact there was a energy policy in the last administration to make a dependency of 30% on renewable energies by the year 2030. So, can we say that those statements made by the government side were not accurate? Can we say that they were not truthful? Can we say that they were misleading? Thank you. The second point that they raised during their contribution today was that the last administration did nothing in terms of energy. We all know about the Wärtsilä stations. We all know, I do because, sorry, Madam Speaker, the rule says that no member should be interrupted, and that is to cause a disruption, and that is Rule 32.3, Madam Speaker. So if no one, if there are going to be interruptions, then I am likely to respond, Madam Speaker. I'll come back to Wärtsilä. So we had the Wärtsilä engines, Madam Speaker. Up until that time, the Progressive Liberal Party, multiple administrations have relied on engines that had been there from prior to independence. We had Wärtsilä, we had solar at Anatole Rogers High School, solar at Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, and Tall Pines is challenging where the solar panels are in the Office of the Prime Minister property. So I will not dispute, but I can't go on a bus tour now to investigate. But we still had Thomas A. Robinson, we still had Anatole Rogers, we still had the project that Tall Pines again dispute in Grand Bahama, the first solar plant in the Bahamas. That was all under the last administration. Now, you also have Ragged Island, after Irma, being declared an island that would become the first green city in the nation, in the region. Hurricane Irma devastated Ragged Island. Prime Minister Minnis, under the last FNM administration, undertook to ensure that Ragged Island would become a green city. A solar plant was planned there in August of 2022. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, was in Ragged Island. He didn't paint a fair depiction of the great accomplishment that had been initiated under the last government administration. He spoke about it in the way that he speaks about many things, Madam Speaker. But we had comments, Madam Speaker, from the Minister of Works at the time, who then had the portfolio of BPL and energy. Minister Sears, in the Guardian article, stated that this is a Guardian article on August 15th, 2022, by Jasper Ward. Sears said the introduction of renewable energy on the Family Islands will allow for reduced fuel consumption and, as a result, lower fuel charges for customers. He said the maintenance of the solar microgrid is significantly reduced when compared to the conventional generation-only approach. It should be noted that conventional generation is still a part of the solution, Sears said. During the initial months of operation, conventional generation use was reduced to 5% of normal levels. Therefore, it is expected that maintenance costs associated with the conventional units would be reduced proportionally. The microgrid became fully operational in December of 2021. October, November, December. Okay? 3 months after the election, the microgrid became fully operational in December of 2021. It's clear, Madam Speaker, to me. I don't know if I can make a clear statement to the public without being reprimanded, but that obviously was an initiative of the last F&M government administration. The article goes on to say that after Hurricane Irma, then Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis had vowed to transform Ragged Island into a model for sustainable community by rebuilding it into the first fully green island in the region. On Friday, Cooper MP for the Exumas in Ragged Island described the project as a big deal for Ragged Island, which has a population of 60 to 65 people. He said it was a demonstration that Ragged Island is a resilient, trailblazing island. Went on, while we admire what some of the other small islands like Chubkey and some others have done, we declare today that Ragged Island is the first major island in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to be 100% solar, Cooper said. He said the government remains committed to continuing the rebuild of Ragged Island. So, Madam Speaker, you have a number of firsts carried out by the last administration. The election was held. The government stepped in to the shoes of the last administration as it relates to energy.
You may continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you had a policy on renewable energy, which previously today the government said there was no policy. You had projects begun, completed, and created a footprint for the next administration to step into and carry. And after everything they boasted of today, that is all that they've done with all of these solar microgrid contracts they've signed for various family islands. It began in Ragged Island. It began by the F&M last government administration. Now, Madam Speaker, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the third untruth was that things are so much better for consumers under BPL, costs are lower. But, Mr. Chairman, if things were so great and costs were so low, why in December of 2025 was BPL advertising that if you come in and pay 10%, your power supply can be reconnected for Christmas? Okay? That's 3 years, 4 years into the Davis-Cooper administration. If things were so great for consumers, why were they advertising a 10% down and you can get reconnected for the birth of Jesus Christ? Does it take a nativity scene for the people to feel a little bit of joy from this Davis-Cooper administration? Mr. Chairman, according to this advertisement, it does take a nativity scene for the public to feel a little bit of joy from this Davis-Cooper administration. That's the third untruth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Things aren't as great as the current government administration would portray them to be. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are other issues with regard to this compendium of resolutions. A number of them have already been raised by my colleagues, but one, Mr. Chairman, that hasn't arisen is who is the beneficial owner of this company, New Providence Gas Limited. So the public would like to know who this company, New Providence Gas Limited, is that the Bahamas SPV, being Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, who have they entered into this $30 million guarantee for? New Providence Gas Limited and Bahamas LNG Partner Limited are parties to a terminal development and use agreement dated the 20th of March, 2025 for the development, construction, and maintenance of the LNG regasification terminal at Clifton Pier. Are they being New Providence Gas Limited, are they the owners of this LNG regasification terminal to be located at Clifton Pier? If they are, how come the public hasn't been made aware that they are going to be the owners of the LNG regasification terminal? If they're not, what is their role in this terminal development and use agreement? The public wasn't told any of that today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that's something that the public should be informed of, because what the public is being asked to do and what the parliamentarians participating here as representatives of the 39 constituencies are being asked to do is approve a loan to individuals, parties unknown. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that there is still more government members to speak, including my former boss from Freetown, who will close. Hopefully, they can share the details of who New Providence Gas Limited is. Because if we don't own the LNG regasification terminal to be located at Clifton Pier. Why are we paying for it, Mr. Chairman? Why are we guaranteeing $30 million? If we do have an interest in the regasification terminal, then the amount of money that we undertake to commit to its construction should be in line with our equity stake in the terminal itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Government should limit its exposure to its equity position, and other parties, Mr. Deputy Speaker, other owners should pay the rest. It is not fair, Mr. Chairman, and we will not agree for the Bahamian people to take the risks, for a few to take all the profits. And with those comments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I end my contribution to these compendium of energy bills today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as always, when I stand in this place, it's because through the grace of God, I woke up clothed in my right mind to see another day. And because of the faith that the people of Freetown have reposed in me, something, Mr. Chairman, that I never take for granted and will never take for granted, and I'm eternally grateful to them for that trust. Mr. Chairman, we're at the point of going back and asking for a renewal of our mandate. And I want to begin my contribution, Mr. Chairman, by a warning to the Bahamian people. We have already seen the nastiness begin, Mr. Chairman. We have seen the representations that somebody is somebody they are not. We have seen the vitriol and attacks begin very early in the game, Mr. Chairman. We've seen the distortions. We've seen the downright misrepresentations. And we've seen such incivility that if we were to go back to the people we were, we would truly be ashamed of ourselves, Mr. Chairman. We are, after all, as Algernon Allen likes to say, one Bahamas. And it seems that at this time, we all seem to splinter into increasingly more parts. But, Mr. Chairman, I won't belabor the matter. I would just like to put beyond argument this hedge submission that we kept hearing over and over from the other side. If I may have the document laid the emails.
The two emails.
You see, Mr. Chairman, the member for Fort Charlotte denied what was asserted, and it was continuously asserted. And it was asserted, and it was again asserted today, Mr. Chairman, that somehow there was some default on the part of Fort Charlotte and Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador. And as Sinan said, I did take the time to read this entire letter, with the exception not of the lines that Marco City said, but I didn't read the part about fuel charge rate and tariff charge rates, because I was just explaining how those rates are charged. But, Mr. Chairman, you know, attention to detail is something else. This letter is dated the 18th of October, 2021. It refers to a previous email of the minister. And Marco City table, what he says are the incriminating emails. And you know, when I used to be the junior for Cat Island Rumkey in San Salvador, one of the exercises that was often assigned to me was to do a chronology, because he would like to see the chronology of how things happen to understand their relevance. Well, the chronology with these emails falsifies even more what Marco City says. I've read this letter at length, and nowhere does it ask the minister to do anything with regard to hedge. And so I looked into these emails, and it is really disingenuous what was being represented for almost 4 years. Because, Mr. Chairman, these are emails that passed between Donovan Moxey, a distant relative of mine, and Alfred Sayers. That was dated the 9th of October, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. That is before this letter, days before this letter. That email, Mr. Chairman, was then followed, and there is a email chain. The first email in the chain, the second chain, is October 14, 2021 at 4:51 p.m. from Mr. Moxey to the minister. The minister replied by email sent the 15th of October at 5:02 a.m. He was up early in the morning to send that email. And then Mr. Moxey sends the last email in the chain at Monday, the 18th of October at 10:03 p.m. That's the beginning of the day. Now, if one steps back and goes through the chronology, Mr. Chairman, the first email is a follow-up to a meeting. I want to ensure that you have all the current information on the BPL fuel hedging program. It's important to note, and he goes through all of this, that the fuel hedging program costs the Bahamas government nothing. BPL is leveraging a low-cost hedging option, and he goes on, and he says, to date, the fuel hedging has saved the Bahamian people about 24 million, went a little higher. And then he went on, and again, not asking for anything except talking about the history of the matter. And then he said it's also important that BPL maintains this strategically. BPL intends to maintain the liquid fuel hedge until LNG is the available fuel, which is important to note, and hedge LNG in order to provide price stability for customers moving forward. You must remember at this point they were claiming that the Wärtsilä engines were tri-fuel, and we know that they are not. And he says CEO Hasty leads the hedging committee at BPL and will be able to answer any additional questions you may have. Again, not asking anything. But what, Mr. Chairman, is very interesting is in the chain that follows, Mr. Moxey asks a follow-up on their brief discussion, and he asks for a copy of the email that the FS provided to BPL. The minister forwards the FS's email on October 15th, where the FS goes through the strike price being unrealistically low and being hedging everyone. And what he ends up at is this, Mr. Chairman, a thorough review of the hedging strategy. What he does, I'll read it for completeness because this is the precursor to the letter. The FS says, I would recommend the following. A thorough review of the hedging strategy. This can be covered by the proposed operational review of BPL. They had proposed an operational review. Launch a tender for the fuel hedge and invite the responding banks to propose hedging strategies. Limit fuel prices fixed for 6 months and to residential customers only. Allow in your hedging strategy for large customers to pay for fuel certainty. This has to be agreed with ERCA. This would limit the impact on BPL's cash flow. Last year, according to the chairman, BPL's profits were less than $5 million on about $300 million of revenue. While some of this could be attributed to amortization costs associated with the new generators, I believe that this hedging strategy also contributed to the lack of proper profitability of BPL. Having received that email with the FS's comment, which basically contained recommendations, Donovan Moxey then sends an email to Minister Sayers, says, "Good evening to you. As a follow-up to the email that you provided this past Friday from FS Wilson regarding PPL's current fuel hedging program, we've had the opportunity to review and discuss and have provided a comprehensive response to the questions that were raised by FS Wilson. Please find the following documents." And what they then set out is documents that basically seek to answer the issue. Minister, we're happy to discuss this matter further and answer any questions you may have. It's important that this alignment with all stakeholders with respect to the fuel hedging considering the circumstances in which BPL operates, we're committed to providing the best and lowest possible electricity costs to Bahamian consumers by leveraging all resources available to the company. Still, none of the assertions that we have been hearing for the last 4 years, when you actually read the documents. That's like what they do. They read the headline, and the headline bears no approximation to the story. It is basically a cheap trick. And so, Mr. Chairman, that is what is there. We've heard all of this thing about this hedging thing for 4.5 years. And since Cat Island and Rumpkins and Salvador just walked in, I would say the task that I had to do of doing the chronologies sometimes pay off. And the chronology is such that there is no demand or request in any of these documents that fits the description that Marco City has been trumpeting for 4 years. Now, Mr. Chairman, having done that, just suffice it to say this, because we are entering that season, we see them saying they had a plan. They did very little. Even in the letter of October 2021, they talk about LNG and they had made no steps. But the public should come to see, Mr. Chairman, that this is a government that not only plans, but acts. The best paid plans of mice and men may not survive first contact. And you know, they keep planning the perfect plan. But you look at what they have done. And what, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say to the Bahamian public is this. As the Prime Minister said, the problems with electricity, the problems with the water, the problems with the road are legacy issues. But this is a government that's moving on electricity, that's moving on water, is paving roads all over this country. There is more work to be done, Mr. Chairman. But the choice in an election is whether you wish to elect an administration that is doing things or whether you wish to elect an administration who's going to talk about doing things, having a history of doing nothing. And before I take my seat, Mr. Chairman, they talk about free electricity. Well, I looked at one of my bills, Mr. Chairman, in 2021 before the election in April. I consumed 896 kilowatt hours. My bill was $245. And 2026, I consumed in January 888 kilowatt hours. The first 200 kilowatt hours of consumption was free. And my bill was just 15% more than it was in 2021. And when one bears in mind what the member for Elizabeth said about the suppressed fuel charge, that really accounts for the difference. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would invite everyone to carry out that exercise, find an approximate bill in 2021, find a bill today, bear in mind that the fuel charge in 2021 was wrongly suppressed, and you will find that if you make the adjustment, bills are lower now than they were in 2021. And we ain't talking about the different usage, because I chose two bills where the kilowatt hour usage was just about exactly the same. Mr. Chairman, as we go forward into 2026, we have seen Marco City relentlessly for 4.5 years paint a picture with documents when one actually examines them do not bear out his assertion. We've heard in this place today St. Barnabas represented saying if somebody thinks something is going to happen, there be an assertion that something happened. Well, Mr. Chairman, we're at a point where on energy, it is clear that progress is being made. While the car is being fixed, sometimes you don't have a ride. That's what happens, Mr. Chairman. While you're changing the tire of the car, you can't drive the car. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would say to the Bahamian public that this is a machine that is being fixed. While it's being fixed, some parts of it may become unavailable. And that's just quite obvious. But everyone can see the difference, everyone can see the vision. And Mr. Chairman, I would say for the people of Freetown to look at the first 200 kilowatt hours being free. Some users do not use more than 200 kilowatt hours. They don't burn AC all of the time. Looking, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, at all of the other developments that promise to lower the overall bill. On behalf of the people of Freetown, I support this progress. Actually, they say they support this progress. And one last thing, Mr. Chairman. The member for Marco City said he was going to discuss the resolutions but never did. And he's starting to do something that they did before, you know. Remember when he says, if we are getting a line of credit, what are we doing with the fuel surcharge that we collect? And this is another version, Mr. Chairman, of where is the VAT money. But, Mr. Chairman, for the quick edification of the Bahamian people, this is a line of credit that I have. It is a credit card. If I charge gas on the credit card and I collect money for the gas, I will pay off the credit card. So this constant recourse to attacking people's character is really unacceptable. To go back to what are we doing with the fuel surcharge that we collect if all of this is a line of credit, I believe Marco City knows what a line of credit is. I believe he knows full well. And it's just the same of where is the VAT money, that dishonesty that Sidney Corley said they always knew the VAT money wasn't stolen. You know, as a good PLPLN with a scripture context, Proverbs tells you, I think it's Proverbs or Psalms tells you, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Freetown supports the resolution.
Thank you, honorable member.
you. Yes, I do. It's been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the government, and Shell NA LNG LLC are parties to a Phase 1 to 3 LNG sale and purchase agreement dated 21st March 2025 for inter alia, the purchase and delivery of liquefied natural gas at the LNG regasification terminal located at Clifton Pier, New Providence. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the government guaranteeing Bahamas LNG Partner Limited obligations under the LNG SPA to facilitate the issuance of the revolving line of credit by Banco Santander SA in the amount of $99,999,999 in the currency of the United States of America, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
Yeah. Okay.
That's 27.
Yeah.
26 is number
Yes,
one.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following resolution. Whereas Bahamas LNG Partners Limited, a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Bahamas, the government, and Shell NA LNG LLC Shell, are partners to a Phase 1 to 3 LNG sale and purchase agreement, LNG SPA, dated the 21st of March 2025, for inter alia, the purchase and delivery of liquefied natural gas, LNG, at the LNG regasification terminal located at Clifton Pier. I don't have to read recitals. No. And now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the government guaranteeing the issuance of the performance letter of credit by Banco Santander SA in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of the Bahamas LNG Partners Limited, as required under the LNG SPA, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and Shell and LNG LLC are parties to a Phase 1 through 3 LNG sale and purchase agreement dated 21st of March 2025 for inter alia, the purchase and delivery of liquefied natural gas at the LNG regasification terminal located at Clifton Pier, New Providence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the government guaranteeing the issuance of the performance letter of credit by Banco Santander SA in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, as required under the LNG SPA, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I hereby move that whereas the government of the Bahamas, government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the government, Bahamas LNG Partners Limited, a special purpose vehicle which is ultimately wholly owned by the government, and New Providence Gas Limited are parties to a terminal development and use agreement dated the 20th of March 2025, the TDUA, for the development, construction, and maintenance of the LNG regasification terminal located at Clifton Pier, New Providence. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the government guaranteeing the issuance of the performance letter of credit by Banco Santander S.A. in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of the Bahamas LNG Partners Limited, as required under the TDUA, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, a special purpose vehicle which is ultimately wholly owned by the government owned by the government, and New Providence Gas Limited are parties to a terminal development and use agreement dated 20th of March 2025, the TDUA, for the development, construction, and maintenance of the LNG regasification terminal located at Clifton Pier, New Providence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the government guaranteeing the issuance of the performance letter of credit by Banco Santander S.A. in the amount of $30 million in the currency of the United States of America on behalf of Bahamas LNG Partner Limited, as required under the TDUA, upon such terms and conditions as may be approved by the government. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
The resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now revert back to the order of business. Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Instruction of select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
I renew all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member Sinats.
I renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment.
Speaker, I now move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 18th of February at 10 a.m.
Ash Wednesday. Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 18th of February at 10 a.m.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026 at 10 a.m.